Hello everyone, welcome to JS Core. My name is Saurabh Mishra. So I hope all of you have attempted today's paper, and we are going to discuss the questions related to that. And I hope your prelims preparation is going on smoothly, and this is the time when you must practice more and more questions and these kind of mock tests. This gives you an indication that your preparation, whether it is on track or not, right? So let us start the discussion today. So first, I'm going to take the subjects of economy, environment, and science and tech, and questions related to that. So let us start with the economy section. As I generally tell you all that economy is one area where if you have conceptual clarity upon the concepts, it is very easy, or you can say becomes doable in the examination hall to reach towards the answer, right? So conceptual clarity is very important here. Few questions will be there which is related to the current affairs, so that they are getting one context and making a question out of that, right? So it is a blend of static and dynamic area. So whenever you are preparing for economy section, focus on the current affairs as well, because they may create a question out of the news which is recently seen, right? So let us start the discussion. The first question of the economy section is the number 31st. So look at this question. It is related to the off-budget borrowing. Consider the following statement regarding the off-budget borrowings. First statement is, these are the loans that are taken not by the government directly but by another public institution which borrows on the direction of the government. Off-budget borrowing means that specifically the loans that are taken not by center or the state directly but by another public institution which borrows on the direction of the central government or the state government, right? So these off-budget borrowings are not incorporated in the calculation of the fiscal deficit. So that is the basic reason why we are utilizing the off-budget borrowings. Fine. So the first statement is correct here. Yes. Second statement, the liability of the loan taken under off-budget borrowing is not in the fiscal deficit. As I told you, this statement is also correct. Third, public sector banks are not allowed to fund off-budget expenses. This is wrong. Public sector banks are also under the fund of budget expenses, right? So third statement is wrong. Fourth statement, only central government are allowed to raise fund using the off budget borrowings. Earlier this was the rule that only central government used to use this instrument, but now it is allowed for the state governments also. Well performing state governments are often given exception to directly use the off budget borrowing, right? The fourth statement is also incorrect. So according to that, what is the question asked? How many of the above statements are correct? So as I told you that two statements are wrong, two statements are correct, so only two. Now let us look at the next question. Now this is related to again current affairs, that consider the following statements regarding the Unified Payment Interface, UPI. First statement, UPI 123 Pay is a suite of solutions developed for non-smartphone feature phone users to use the UPI without internet connectivity. The first statement given. Second statement given is, according to the National Payment Corporation of India, it will start charging prepaid payment instruments fees on merchant transaction via UPI interface. Now both the statements are here correct, but if you see that the first statement is just telling about that what is UPI 123 Pay. It is a suite of solution developed for non-smartphone users, and with consequence to that, even the you can say here NPCI has told that they are going to charge prepaid payment instruments on that. Now why is it they are charging? So NPCI clarifies that fees will not be applicable to person transaction or person to merchant transaction between a bank and a prepaid wallet. The interchange fee is levied to cover the cost of accepting, processing and authorizing the transaction. So here both these statements are correct. The second statement justifies the first one, So the option would be correct answer would be option A. Both statement 1 and 2 are correct. Statement 2 is the correct explanation of statement 1. Fine. Let us move on to the next question. 33. Consider the following statement regarding the recently launched sovereign green bonds. Now, sovereign green bond is constantly in news. It is a contemporary topic on which UPSC can frame a question. Now, let us look at the statements given here. Sovereign green bonds are the financial instruments that generate proceeds for investment in environmentally sustainable and climate suitable projects. This is what the meaning of the green bond is, that those projects which are environmentally sustainable, to fund those projects, these bonds are issued, right? So the first statement is correct here. Second, these bonds provide a means to hedge against climate change risks while achieving returns on their investment. So it is a win-win situation for the investor here, that they will gain the profit out of it, but at the same time it is reducing the risk of climate change as well, right? So second statement again correct. The framework has been rated medium green with a good governance score by CICERO, a Norway-based second-party opinion provider. Now, this kind of question UPSC may ask, where two or three options are given, or the statements are given are conceptual and one factual added there, right? So here all these statements are correct. CICERO, an independent and globally renowned Norway-based second-party opinion provider, was appointed to evaluate India's green bond framework and certify alignment of the framework with ICMA's green bond principles and international best practices. After due deliberation and consideration, CICERO has rated India's green bond framework as medium green with good governance score, right? So third statement is also correct here. So what is being asked in 33rd? How many of the above statement is correct? So all three are correct here. Fine. Let us move on to the 34th. Okay, look at this. How many of the following statements regarding the logistics ease across different states, which is called LEADS survey, are correct? First, so this is regarding the ease of logistics between the states. Fine. Now look at the statements. The survey assesses viewpoints of various users and stakeholders across value chain to understand the enabler and impediments to logistic ecosystem in the country. So that is the objective of LEADS. Statement 1 is correct here. The annual survey processes the perception data as well as the objective data and ranks logistic ecosystem of each state or UT using statistical model. The second statement is also giving the methods utilized in conducting the surveys. So second statement is also correct here. Third statement says the survey is conducted by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. This statement is wrong because it comes under the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. They conduct the survey. So statement 3 here becomes incorrect. So only two options are correct here. Fine. Then the LEADS question was also from the current happenings, schemes and initiatives by the government, and on the basis of that question is made. So that is a dynamic question. Look at here. Consider the following statement regarding 35th. Consider the following statement regarding the Lorentz curve and Gini coefficient. Again, back to basic. So if you have studied the Lorentz curve and the Gini coefficient, that you understand it is used to look at the income inequalities, that much of understanding will help you to address this question. Now, the first statement says the coefficient measures the dispersion of income or wealth within the population. As I told you, wealth inequality. So, dispersion of income or wealth within the population is determined by the curve and the coefficient. Fine. So, statement 1 is correct. A Gini coefficient, statement 2, a Gini coefficient of 0 means that one person earns all of the income or holds all of the wealth. Now this statement is wrong because 0 indicates equality, maximum equality, and 1 indicates the value of the coefficient. If it is 1, that indicates maximum inequality. So this statement is talking about maximum inequality. So the correct representation would be Gini coefficient of 1, right? So this statement becomes incorrect here. So they are asking for which of the above statement is incorrect in this question, right? So which one is incorrect? 2 only. So answer will be B here. Again, question related to contemporary issue, or you can say current affairs, dynamic area. Consider the following statement regarding the standing deposit facility recently announced by the RBI. Assertion is, first statement, SDF is similar to but more useful than the repo rate, and in due course of time it would replace the repo rate as the floor of the liquidity adjustment facility corridor. Now, if you understand what standing deposit facility means, it is mostly related to the reverse repo rate, not the repo rate here. Fine. So the first assertion itself becomes wrong here. Look at the second statement. Reason: SDF enables the RBI to take liquidity from the commercial banks without having to compensate them with government securities. So what is the feature of SDF and how it is different from the reverse repo rate? Here the RBI does not require to provide a collateral in terms of government securities. So the reason which is given here, the statement here is correct, but the assertion was wrong. So answer will be D here. Reason is true, but assertion is false. Fine. Look at the next question. Consider the following statement, 37th. Consider the following statements regarding the National Anti-Profiteering Authority. Now, when the GST came, this institution was made National Anti-Profiteering Authority, where its job is to look at whatever input credit waiver is given by the government, it is translating to the recipient or not, whether the companies are making excess profit out of the waiver which is being given, right? So statement 1, look at it. It has been constituted to examine whether additional input tax credit availed by any registered person or the reduction in the tax rate have actually resulted in a commensurate reduction in the price to the recipient or not. So it was clearly created for look at the anti-profiteering which is happening. Fine. So whatever input tax credit are availed by the institutions, whether it is translated to the recipients or not, or the company is making more profit out of it, so the job of the authority is to check that. Fine. So statement 1 here is correct. Now look at the statement 2. It says it can recommend punitive actions including cancellation of the registration of the suppliers. What kind of action they can take based on that? You can say excess profiteering which is being done by the companies or the institutions. So here both the statements are correct, and the second statement, but if you look at whether the objective of the and you can say National Anti-Profiteering Authority is related to the actions or not. So it is not a directly related. Both of the statement are correct only, but they are not a direct explanation of each other. So we'll have to choose the option B here, which says that both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2 is not the correct explanation of statement 1, not directly related, right? So answer would be B here for 37. Look at the question 38. Consider the following statement regarding global minimum corporate tax. Now, global minimum corporate tax, look at the statements which are given there. It aims to put an end to the tax competition between governments to attract foreign investment. It would apply to overseas profits of large multinational firms. It has been introduced to discourage multinationals from shifting profits to tax haven countries. Now, here if you look at the situation, why the global minimum corporate tax is required. A lot of companies, they try to shift their profit to tax haven countries and reroute their profit, right? And the native government do not have a direct control there to stop that. So for that, they are creating a framework where global corporate minimum corporate tax is being given there. If the profit is being diverted to you can say being exempt from the tax or avoid the tax, then a minimum of 15% of the tax can be applied by the government there, right? So this will, what is the purpose or objective of that? So clearly it aims to put an end to the tax competition between the government, one native government and a tax haven. So it put an end to the competition there, and it attracts foreign investments as well. It would apply to the overseas profits of the large multinational firms, yes, and it is being introduced to discourage the multinational to divert their profit through tax havens. So all of the statements given here are correct ones, right? So in October 2021, the international community agreed to a landmark deal involving a two-pillar solution to address the tax challenges arising from the digitalization and the globalization of the economy. As part of this plan, Pillar 2 introduces domestic rules that establishes a global minimum effective corporate tax rate of 15% for the large multinational enterprises, and subject to tax rule, which is a treaty based rule that applies to royalties, interest or other categories related to repay payments, right? So here statement, all of the statements are correct related to the global minimum corporate tax. Again, a contemporary issue taken from the current affairs and created this question, fine. So here, how many of the above statement are correct? Option D, all three are correct here. Look at the question 39. Excuse me. Consider the following statement regarding the global multidimensional poverty index. Again, back to basic. From the basic knowledge you can attempt this. Assertion is, it is more comprehensive measure of multidimensional poverty compared to the conventional methodology. Yes, that is why it was created. From the conventional methodology, the indicators are increased in the multidimensional poverty index. Reason, it includes both proportion of poor people and their average deprivation score. So clearly here both the statements looks correct here. Now in multidimensional poverty index, how the indicators are been increased. 10 indicators are indicated in the category of education, which focuses on years of schooling and child enrollment, health, child mortality and nutrition, standard of living, which includes electricity, flooring, drinking water, sanitation, cooking fuel, and assets, etc. So in these broad areas, it has not only focusing on the poverty from the economic point of view, but the holistic look at it, that which is away from the traditional methods, where we are focusing on the average deprivation scores as well, right? So both these statements are correct here, and statement you can say the reason which is given is the correct explanation of the assertion as well, that the method which is utilized in, which is given in the reason, is explaining the overall objective of the multidimensional poverty index. So option A, both A and R are true, and R provides the correct explanation of A. Option A would be correct here. Look at the next question, 40. Again basic. Consider the following statement regarding minimum support price. Now as you know that minimum support price are announced by the cabinet committee on the recommendation of the Commission for Agricultural Cost and Prices, CACP. So CACP does the research, determines what should be the ideal MSP and recommends it to the cabinet committee, and cabinet committee announces that. Fine. So the first statement is correct here, where it is clearly stating that who calculates the MSP and who announces that to public. So cabinet committee does that. So statement 1 is correct here. Statement 2, the MSP creates the benchmark for farm prices not just in those commodities for which they are announced, but also in the crops that are substitutes. So definitely if MSP is given, that will have in general impact on the market as well. So there whether it is directly announced for a crop or it is there are different substitute for that crop as well. So if the price of the main crop whose MSP is given is lowered, that will have an impact on the prices of substitutes as well, right? This is how market works. So if price of something has increased, people will go for the substitutes, right? So definitely both of them are included here. Second statement will also be correct. Third, both domestic and international market price trends are kept in mind while announcing the MSP for the covered crops. Yes, domestic and international market price trends are taken into consideration while determining the MSP. So third statement is also correct. Fourth statement, sugarcane is the only commercial crop that has been included in the framework of the MSP. There are other commercial crops as well which are being included like cotton, copra, raw jute, etc. So it is not the only commercial crop, and that too on sugarcane we give FRP, right? So the statement 4 becomes wrong here. What is the question they are asking? How many of the above statements are correct? So as we can see, 3 statements are correct here. So C only 3. Fine. Now next question related to economy is 87th. So just let us scroll to 87. Now look at this question. It is related to special economic zone. Which of the following statements regarding the special economic zone scheme of India are correct? First statement, all laws of India are applicable in SEZs unless specifically exempted as per the SEZ Act. This statement is correct, that all the laws are applicable to the SEZs only if it will not be applicable if they are explicitly exempted from the in the SEZ Act, right? So statement 1 correct. An individual, whether resident in India or outside India, can be given permission to set up a unit in special economic zone. Yes, resident and non-resident both can involve or can be given permission to, you can say, set up a unit in special economic zone. Third is talking majorly about the broad agenda of SEZ. Creation of employment opportunity is one of the main objective of the SEZ scheme. Correct only, right? We are focusing on the export sector, and through incentivizing the exports, we are trying to generate more jobs. So creation of employment is one of the main objective. So all of the statements given here regarding special economic zone are correct. So what they are asking? Select the correct answer using the code given below. D will be the answer, 1, 2 and 3. let us look at the next question, 88. Now here 88 is dealing with the inflation and the exchange rate. Again, back to basic. Conceptual clarity is needed here to answer this. First statement, inflation tends to devalue a currency due to it decrease in the money's buying power. Now here you will have to connect both the things, that how inflation may impact the exchange rate. Now if you see, inflation means what? That in less amount of money in more amount of money, less amount of goods are being purchased, right? That is what inflation means, that the value of money is reducing. So if you go to the concept here, the value of money is reducing, that with certain amount of money you are now getting less goods, right? Earlier it used to be more, so value of money was more there. So they are clearly related, that if inflation is increasing, that means the inherent value of the money is reducing. So that will have an impact on the exchange rate. So for statement 1 is correct. Inflation tends to devalue a currency due to decrease in the money's buying power. Fine. Statement 2. A country experiencing inflation may raise the interest rate, which can strengthen the currency. Now again, try to interlink the inflation with strengthening of the currency. What the government can do to strengthen the currency. Now here, if in any way we can attract foreign investment, then we can strengthen the currency. But how to attract foreign investment? If the interest rates are increased, so it will attract the foreign investors to invest here, because the interest rate is high here, right? So if the foreign money comes, it will strengthen the local currency as well. So a country experiencing inflation may raise interest rate, which can strengthen the currency, is a correct statement. Look at the third one. The ultimate determination of the value and exchange rate of a nation's currency is the perception of the stability of nation's government and economy. Now this is the basic of the exchange rate, that it is not only the inflation cannot be the only reason of determining the exchange rate of a currency. There are n number of other factors also involved. Inflation we are looking at as one of the reasons, right? But one of the major reason is that what is the perception about the stability of the government and the stability of the economy in the market, and that gives confidence to the foreign investors as well. So in that way, this becomes the ultimate determination of the value and the exchange rate of a nation's currency, which is dependent on the perception of the stability of the nation's government and the economy. So the third statement is also correct. So what they are asking here, select the correct answers using the code given below. All three are correct, so answer will be C here. Question number 89. Which one of the following statement regarding the external debt is incorrect, right? They are asking for the incorrect statement. So the first statement, most of the external debt in India is sourced from multilateral agencies and official bilateral agencies. So yes, this statement is correct, that most of the external debt comes from the multilateral agencies like World Bank, IMF, etc. Second, the state government entities cannot borrow directly from the external sources. Now, it was not allowed earlier, but the center cabinet has approved after 2017 that state governments can also borrow directly from the bilateral official development assistance partners for implementation of vital infrastructural projects. So the state governments can here can borrow directly from any external source. So the statement B becomes wrong here. Statement C, the entire external debt in terms of original maturity is on long term basis and major part is fixed interest rate. Yes, both internal and external debts are classified as debt contracted in the Consolidated Fund of India. So they are asking for the incorrect statement. So statement A, C and D are correct. B is wrong. So answer here will be option B, which is the incorrect statement. Question number 90. Now this is again a direct concept which is asked. The concept is explained in the question and you have to identify which of the which of the term is related to this particular phenomena. So this is talking basically about Cantillon effect. The effect refers to the idea that changes in the money supply in an economy causes redistribution of purchasing power among the people. If there is changes in the money supply, it will change eventually the purchasing power of the people, right? It disturbs the relative price of goods and services and leads to the misallocation of scarce resources. So this Cantillon effect is directly related to the changes which is happening in the money supply. So basically they are asking that which of the effect is directly explaining this phenomena. So answer will be A, Cantillon effect directly is defined by the statement given here. Fine. So this was named after the 18th century French economist Richard Cantillon, who published his idea, and this idea is given name because of him, Cantillon effect. So answer will be A here, right? Look at the next question, 91. Consider the following statement regarding the special drawing rights. Back to basic again. Now look at this statement 1. It is interest bearing international reserve asset created by the World Bank to supplement the official reserves of its member countries. Now this statement is directly wrong because you know that special drawing rights is given by the IMF, right? So not World Bank. So statement 1 is factually incorrect. Statement 2, the amount of SDR that are allocated to each country is based on their individual quotas. Yes, the statement 2 is correct here, and statement 1 is wrong. So what is the answer here? Answer will be D. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. Next question, 92, which is related to the, you can say, WTO, World Trade Organization. What are the statements given here? First statement is trade related intellectual property rights. Trade related international intellectual property right, TRIPS. Now TRIPS is basically explaining trade provide minimum standard in the form of common set of rules for the protection of intellectual property globally under WTO system. So TRIPS is created is in the form of a framework which oversees the protection of intellectual property globally under WTO's system of trade, right? So statement 1 here is correct in that way. Statement 2, if you look at, is related to TRIMS, trade related investment measures. It offers equal rights to the foreign investor on par with the domestic investors. So it protects the foreign investors' interest as compared to the domestic investors' interest here. So that will also come under the WTO system. Statement 2 is also correct. So which of the following statement given are correct? Both of them are correct. So answer will be C here. Fine. Look at the next question, 93. Consider the following statement regarding UPI. Again, next question related to UPI. One more we have seen. It is a real-time payment system that allows interbank, peer-to-peer and person-to-merchant transaction through mobile devices. Yes, that is correct. That is the correct explanation of the functions of the UPI. Second statement talks about Nepal became the first country outside India to adopt UPI as a payment platform. So this is from the current affairs. So the statement 2 is also correct. Nepal became the first country outside India to adopt UPI as a payment platform. So both these statements are correct. Answer will be C, both 1 and 2. Next question is 94th. Consider the following statement regarding the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. Statement 1 is basically talking about IMEC aims to enhance economic cooperation and connectivity to foster economic growth and regional integration. Talking about the core agenda of India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. What is that? One is foster economic growth and regional integration. Statement 2 talks about the network includes roadways, railways, maritime routes, etc. So statement 2 is also correct, but statement 2 is not the explanation of statement 1. Here the agenda is economic growth and regional integration. Definitely communication and transportation will be a factor there, but that cannot become the core reason to explain the statement 1. So here the answer will be both these statements are correct, but statement 2 is not the correct explanation of statement 1. So answer will be B here. Fine. Next question, 95th. This talks about social impact bonds. 95. The question is related to few statements are given which are related to social impact bond, and they are asking that how many is the primary purpose of social impact bond. So here if you see first statement provides loan to social enterprises for community development project. Now if you see what do we actually mean by social impact bond. It is a contract with the public sector or governing authority whereby it pays for better social outcome in certain areas and passes on part of the savings achieved to investors. So basically social impact bond is a contract with the public sector or governing authority where special focus is given on the better social outcomes. Fine, that is what social impact bond means here, right? So it is not about giving private loans to social enterprises for community developmental projects, right? Second, raising capital to the public sector to fund social program with measurable outcomes. So that becomes one of the principal primary purpose of social impact bond. Third statement, offering financial incentives to individual for participating in voluntary work. No. Facilitating international cooperation in addressing global social issues. That is also not a primary purpose of social impact bond. So here only the statement 2 is related to the primary purpose of social impact bond. So the answer will be, they are asking that how many are the primary purpose of social impact bond is here. So here only one statement, so answer will be only 1A. Fine. Next, 96. Consider the following statement regarding Tribal Cooperative Marketing Federation of India, TriFed. Now TriFed is a state level cooperative body under Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Now here, yes, TriFed comes under the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, but it is a national level cooperative body, not a state level cooperative body. So statement 1 becomes incorrect here. Statement 2, TRIFED was formed with the main objective of institutionalizing the trade of minor forest products to help the tribal population, right? So the objective which is given here of the TRIFED is absolutely correct. So statement 2 is correct here. What they are asking for which of the statement given are incorrect. Which one is incorrect? 1. So answer will be A. 1 is incorrect. Next question. With reference to public tech platform for frictionless credit initiative by RBI, consider the following statement. Again taken from the current affairs. Now, public tech platform for frictionless credit initiative by the RBI is indeed aimed at utilizing technology to enable easy and seamless access to credit for both individual and businesses. Now, let us look at the statement here. First statement says the initiative aims to leverage technology to facilitate seamless access to credit for both individual and businesses. Exactly explaining the initiative. So statement 1 is correct. Statement 2, it is an initiative undertaken by the RBI to promote financial inclusion because easy credit access is being given. Yes. And enhance credit accessibility through the use of digital platform. So the second statement also explains the objective of the public tech platform for frictionless credit initiative by RBI. So both of the statement given here are correct. But what they are asking, which one of the statement above is incorrect? So what will be the answer here? D. Neither 1 nor 2 are incorrect. Both of the statements are correct. So answer will be D. Clear? So this was all the questions related to economy. Now let us look at the questions related to science and tech as well. So since we are at the question 97, so there are 2 questions related to science and tech 98 and 99. So let us look at those first, then we will go for the other questions of science and tech. Fine. So 98, it is asking that regarding suprathermal and energetic particle spectrometer steps, suprathermal and energetic particle spectrometer instrument, consider the following statements. It is the part of the Aditya solar wind particle experiment which is called aspects payload. Second, steps have 6 sensors and each of them observes and measures suprathermal and energetic ions in the different directions. So clearly the suprathermal and energetic particle spectrometer which is called STEPS is an instrument which is part of the Aditya solar wind particle experiment payload. So statement 1 is correct, and yes, it has 6 sensors which is utilized for identifying suprathermal and energetic ions in the different direction. So regarding steps, both of the statement which are given is correct. So what they are asking here, the correct statement, answer will be C here, both A1 and 2. Similarly, 99, consider the following statement regarding India's ExpoSat mission. ExpoSat mission, and how many of the above statement are correct, they are asking. Now it aims to study bright astronomical X-ray sources in extreme conditions. So the idea here is that this mission is looking for the astronomical X-ray sources, and regarding that it is taking information, right? So the statement 1 is correct here. Statement 2, X-ray makes them suitable for studying objects like pulsars, galactic supernova remnants and black holes, because these are entities which are exuding X-rays and becomes suitable to study because of the XPOSAT mission. Second statement is also correct. Third, X-ray have much shorter wavelength and higher energy than the visible light. That is also true. The X-rays have shorter wavelength and higher energy as compared to light. Option 4 or statement 4, X-ray are not emitted by objects with high temperature. Now this statement is not correct, because X-rays have much higher energy and much shorter wavelength compared to visible light. This characteristics allows them to penetrate matter and capture details of extremely hot and energetic celestial objects. So hot objects, right? So hot objects will emit the X-rays. So statement 4 becomes clearly wrong here, right? What they are asking, they are looking for how many of the above statement are correct. Answer will be C. 3 of them are correct. Fourth statement is incorrect. Fine. So these are the 2 questions from science and tech which are there here. Rest of them are from the 41st. So let us scroll back to 41st. Look at this question. Consider the following statement regarding the nucleic acid vaccines. Now nucleic acid vaccines, which all them can come here, either a DNA vaccine or an RNA vaccine, both will come as nucleic acid vaccines. Now look at the statements here to find out which all of them are correct. Plasmid carrying a piece of DNA encoding the antigen can replicate independently of the main chromosomal DNA. So the plasmids, yes, they are able to which is carrying a piece of DNA encoding the antigen. What happens that we want to take a code, a sample of DNA which is coding for a particular protein of the antigen, and it inserted in the body, so that the host is identifying the alien antigen and creates antibody in response to that, right? So clearly this statement says that it can replicate independently of the main chromosomal DNA. That is correct statement. Second, as the bacteria do not have a true nucleus, its genetic materials cannot be used for producing nucleic acid vaccines. This is a wrong statement, because nucleic acid vaccines uses the genetic material from disease causing viruses or bacteria. So the sample of their you can say genetic material is extracted and utilized. So bacteria are utilized here. So statement 2 becomes wrong here. Third statement, unlike DNA vaccines, there is zero risk of RNA vaccines integrating with our own genetic material. That is true. That is why we prefer to have an RNA vaccine, that it should not interact with the genetic material of the host, which may be a chance in the DNA vaccine. So statement 3 is correct in that manner. Fourth, DNA vaccines produce a much lower immune response than mRNA vaccines, because they need to go through an extra step of entering the cell nucleus. Now this statement is basically explaining that why DNA vaccines is less effective than the mRNA vaccines. So what happens in the case of DNA vaccine, a piece of DNA encoding the antigen is first inserted into the bacterial plasmid. Now this is a circular piece of DNA used by bacteria to store and share genes which may benefit its survival. Now plasmids can replicate independently in the main chromosomal DNA and provide a simple tool for transferring gene between the cells. So this indicates that the first statement here is correct, right? And even we are able to take sample from the bacteria. So statement 2 is not correct. Statement 3, yes, it does not interact with the genetic material RNA, so that becomes also true. Now for DNA vaccine to be effective, the plasmid DNA must cross the cell membrane first, then enter into the cytoplasm, and then reach the cell nucleus. So two barriers are there for the DNA vaccine. First entering the cell membrane, enter into the cytoplasm, then go enter into the nucleus where the DNA is there, right? So two steps. Whereas in case of RNA, a vaccine only needs to cross the cell membrane to enter the cytoplasm, and the cytoplasm contains enzyme that uses the genetic information from the mRNA molecules to synthesize protein there. So for RNA vaccines, it is only one step. It makes them more effective and more efficient. So in that way, fourth statement becomes correct here. So what they are asking? They are asking for how many of the statement are correct. So it will be 3, because only one statement we identified is not correct here. 42. Consider the following statements. Assertion is the most common semiconductor material used in solar cells is silicon. Yes, silicon is the most common material used. Look at the reason. The lattice formed by the crystalline silicon cells provide an organized structure that makes conversion of light into electricity more efficient. The second statement is also correct, and this is the reason why most common semiconductor material used is silicon, because silicon cells form, the lattice which is formed by silicon cells provides more organized structure. That is why we use silicon for the semiconductor material. Fine. So here assertion is also correct, reason is also correct, and reason is the correct explanation of assertion. So statement, so answer will be A. Both A and R are true, and R provides the correct explanation of A. Fine. Look at the next question, 43. Now here a table is given, one side radioactive rays and their application is asked here. So gamma rays utilized for the diagnosis of diseases, correct match. Yes, gamma rays are utilized for diagnosis of disease. Alpha particle used for food irradiation. This combination is wrong, because in food irradiation also we use gamma rays. So alpha rays is not used, gamma rays is used. So second pair is wrong. Beta particle utilized for treatment of cancer. This is correct matching. Here we can take example of radioactive iodine, which is used in small amounts to treat cancer and other condition affecting the thyroid gland. The use of radioisotope in therapy are comparatively few but important. So here we can say that beta radiation source is related to the treatment of cancer. So first pair is correctly matched, third pair is correctly matched. What they are asking, how many of the pairs are correctly matched? How many? 2. Fine. So answer will be C, only 2. Next, a very basic question from vitamins, that which of the following statement, 44 question, which of the following statement regarding the water soluble vitamins are correct? Now what all are the water soluble vitamins? Vitamin C, vitamin B complex, right? What are the fat soluble vitamins? Vitamin A, D, E, K. So these are fat solubles. Now fat soluble vitamins remain for a longer period of time in the body. Water soluble gets excreted out, so constant consumption of them are required for the body, right? So that is why we see more utilization or recommendation that vitamin C and vitamin B complex should be taken constantly, because these are water soluble vitamins. These are not stored in the body, but the other vitamins are getting stored in the fat, right? Now look at the statements. All of the water soluble vitamins act as coenzymes in the biochemical reaction in humans. So yes, vitamin acts as basically in biochemical reaction, they acts as coenzymes. So all the water soluble vitamins act as coenzymes. This is a correct statement. That means what? Vitamin B and vitamin C. None of the fat soluble vitamins act as coenzyme in the biochemical reactions. Now this statement, which is an extreme statement, is wrong here. Vitamin K is the only fat soluble vitamin which acts as a coenzyme in the biochemical reaction. So statement 2 becomes wrong here because K acts as a coenzyme. Third statement, all of the B complex vitamins are water soluble in nature. Now this is correct. So statement 1 and 3 is correct here. Statement 2 is wrong. So answer will be C, 1 and 3. Now look at this question. Which of the following statement regarding Candida auris and its related concern are correct? Now Candida auris is basically a multi-drug resistant yeast. Multi-drug resistant yeast. Yeast is what? Yeast is a fungus, right? So if you know this from the current affairs, if you have read about Candida auris, so one thing you must know that it is a fungus. Fine. Now let us look at the question here, statements here. It is difficult to identify with standard laboratory methods that it can be misidentified in labs without specific technology. So yes, it is difficult to identify. Second case, in some cases it can enter the bloodstream and spread through the body, causing serious invasive infections. So this infection of Candida auris is seen in hospital for the people who are staying in the hospital for a longer period of time. So that becomes one of the reason of this fungal infection, and it is multi-drug resistant as well. Third statement, it is a multi-drug resistant bacterium that has caused severe illness in hospitalized patients. Now here if you closely observe, they are saying multi-drug resistant bacterium, but it is multi-drug resistant yeast, which is a fungus. So statement 3 is wrong here. So answer will be 1 and 2 is correct, which is C. C is the right answer here. 1 and 2 only. 3 is wrong because it is saying bacterium, but Candida auris is a fungus. Look at the question 46. Consider the following statement regarding bioreactors. Now, bioreactor, first statement, bioreactors provide an effective environment so that both enzyme and the whole cells transforms biochemicals into products. So that is the explanation what bioreactors means in the cell, that enzyme and the whole cell transforms the biochemicals into different products. So yes, bioreactor explanation first statement is correct. Look at the second statement. The process in bioreactor can be both aerobic and anaerobic. So in the presence of oxygen and in the absence of oxygen, both type of reactions can happen in bioreactors. So statement 2 is also correct. Third, continuous culture is an open system and is characterized by the constant addition of fresh nutrients medium to the bioreactor. Continuous culture means constantly providing nutrients for the new culturation, right? So that is also a correct statement here, which talks about continuous cultivation. It is characterized by constant addition of fresh nutrient medium to the bioreactor and constant selection of either suspension or spent medium. Continuous culture is an open system that seeks to establish dynamic balance. Similarly, we have fed batch, batch culture also. Continuous is different from the batch culture. Fine. So statement 3 is also correct. So all of the statement related to bioreactors are correct here. So answer will be C, all 3. Fine. 47th. Which of the following statements regarding nucleus are correct? Back to basic. In general, first statement, in general, the mass of the nucleus is slightly lower than the sum of the masses of its constituent particles, that is proton, neutron and electrons. Now, if you have read about the binding energy, you will get to know this, that the mass of the nucleus is slightly lower than the sum of the masses of its constituent, which is proton and electron, neutron and electrons, right? So statement 1 is correct here. Look at the statement 2. Magic number is a number of protons or neutrons such that the resulting nucleus is highly stable. So magic number is the number of proton or neutron on which the atom or nucleus is highly stable. So there are few magic numbers, basically 2, 8, 20, 28, 50, 82, etc. Now heaviest known magic number nucleus is 82, which is of lead. So statement 2 explains what magic number is. Correct explanation. The heaviest known magic nucleus is calcium with 20 protons. No, this is wrong. Heaviest known magic nucleus is lead with 82 protons, right? So statement 3 is incorrect. So what is the correct, what they are asking? So 1 and 2 is correct. So answer will be A here for 47. Look at the next question, 48. Which of the following statement regarding remote sensing is incorrect? So among the 4, they are asking the incorrect statement. Remote sensing is the process of detecting and monitoring the physical characteristics of an area at a distance. Remote sensing means from a distance, if you want to sense certain things of a distant area. So we use satellite for that, remote sensing satellites. So statement 1 is correct, yes. Statement B, active remote sensors are active remote sensors use internal stimuli to collect data about the earth. Active remote sensors use the internal stimulation to collect data about the earth. So feature about the sensor which is used in remote sensing devices, correct. The most common source of radiation detected by passive sensor is reflected sunlight. So that is also remote sensors can be either passive or active. Passive sensors respond to the external stimuli. They record natural energy that is reflected or emitted from the Earth's surface. The most common source of radiation detected by the passive sensor is reflected sunlight. So statement C also correct. Remote sensing satellite can be placed only in sun synchronous orbit. So the moment you see only, that becomes a chance of getting a wrong statement. So it is not only sun synchronous, but these remote sensing satellites can be placed in geostationary, equatorial and sun synchronous orbits. So only sun synchronous is wrong. So statement D is wrong here. They are only asking for the incorrect statement. Answer will be D here, right? 49 is related to the memory effect in the battery. Now, first statement, look at the first statement. The memory effect of a battery is the loss of the ability to be fully recharged, which happens over a long period of battery use. So a lot of different batteries like nickel, cadmium battery, etc. have a large memory effect. Over the period of time, their rechargeable capability reduces. That is called memory effect. So presently what we are using lithium ion battery, their memory effect is very less. That is why we are using that, right? So first statement clearly explains what memory effect means. Correct. Second, nickel cadmium batteries are much less prone to memory effect. So this statement is wrong. Nickel cadmium batteries are more prone to memory effect. Lithium iron is less prone to memory effect. So statement 2 is wrong here. Third, nickel metal hydride batteries offer higher energy density than the nickel cadmium batteries. That is correct. that upgradation of nickel cadmium battery is the nickel metal hydride. So it offers higher energy density than the nickel cadmium. Fourth, compared to other rechargeable battery, lithium ion batteries have high energy densities, low self discharge and almost no memory effect. So this statement is also correct. That is why we are utilizing lithium ion batteries more, right? So how many of the above statements are correct regarding the type of batteries used in laptops? So how many of them are correct? 3 of them are correct. Only one is wrong. Statement 2 was wrong. So answer will be C, only 3. Next question. 50th. Consider the following statement regarding General Crop Estimation Survey, GCES portal. Now, GCES portal was developed by Department of Agriculture, Farmer and Welfare. What is this? General Crop Estimation Survey. General Crop Estimation developed by Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Yes, the statement is correct. The portal uses georeferencing technology. Now, here in georeferencing, the farmer can take a picture of the crop and the land and can upload on the portal. So it uses georeferencing technology. The field data will be collected using GPS enabled mobile application. This is also true, explaining how the process will happen using a mobile phone where the GPS technology will be used, and the process is called georeferencing technology developed by the Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Department. Fine. So all of the statements are here correct related to General Crop Estimation Survey. Fine. So answer will be C, all 3. So clearly these are the questions which were related to science and technology. Now let us move on to look at the questions which were related to environment section. Environment section. So the first question which we are going to see is question number 51. Now here there are 4 combinations are given: index and releasing agency. So these kind of index becomes important be it in economy or in environment. So you must prepare the list of indexes which are coming in news and at least remember that who releases that. Fine. Now here you see state energy and climate index, releasing agency New Climate Institute. What do you think? The moment you see state energy, that means the institution who is releasing that must be domestic, right? So yes, first pairing is wrong. State energy and climate index is published by Niti Aayog, not New Climate Institute. World Energy Trilemma Index is released by World Energy Council. So second pairing is correct. Energy Transition Index is an initiative of World Economic Forum. So statement 3 or the pairing 3 is also correct. And Climate Change Performance Index is released by German Watch and New Climate Institute. So this pairing is wrong. It is not released by Niti Aayog. So what they have done, they have switched New Climate Institute and Niti Aayog here. So if in this kind of question, if one you can identify is wrong, it is a high chance that they have switched it with the other option. So it will be wrong in a pair, right? So not necessarily all the time they will switch, but it gives you an indication that there is a high chance that another pair will be wrong. It is switched, right? Here we can see that New Climate Institute and Niti Aayog, they have been switched. So which all pairing are correct? 2 and 3. What they are asking here? 51. How many of the above pairs are matched correctly? Answer will be only 2, right? Next question is related to species. Consider the following statement regarding oriental darters. Now, oriental darters, species of a bird. Now, look at the statement, oriental data come under the near threatened category of IUCN. So yes, their IUCN status of oriental data are near threatened, that is correct. Second statement is a migratory bird from Russia and visit the Keoladev National Park during summer season. This statement is incorrect. Why? Because these are not migratory birds, these are indigenous to the Keoladev National Park, oriental darters. They are found in the Keoladev National Park. They are resident birds there, fine. So it is not a migratory bird. So this statement 2 becomes wrong here. What they are asking, which of the statements given above are incorrect? So which one is incorrect? Second. So answer will be B, 2 only. Fine. So this was related to species. Next question, 53. Which of the following statement is incorrect regarding the conservation reserves and sanctuaries? Now, here again, those sanctuaries and conservation reserves or national parks which are in news in last 1 year or 1.5 years, you must know about their location and their uniqueness, right? There can be a question related to that. So here they are asking incorrect. So if I look at the name of the wildlife sanctuaries which are given here, so the famous one is the Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary, right? Second statement. Now Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary is a part of Krishna estuary and is the third largest stretch of mangrove forest in India. Now Koringa is the famous one, so the examiner would want you to know about Koringa at least. So they will create the negative statement in that to check that whether at least from all of the 4 you know the most famous one or not, right? So here the statement is wrong here because it is not a part of Krishna estuary, it is part of the Godavari estuary, right? So statement B here is wrong. Rest of the options, if you see, Asola Bhati Wildlife Sanctuary lies in the southern Delhi ridge of Aravalli Hills, correct. Bhilgiri Ranganatha Swami Temple BRT Wildlife Sanctuary connects eastern and western Ghat. This is also a famous wildlife sanctuary. Unique feature is that it connects eastern Ghat and western Ghat. So you must remember that as well. Bakhira Wildlife Sanctuary is a freshwater marsh and a largest natural floodplain wetland of eastern Uttar Pradesh. So you so statement D is also correct. So which one is, they are asking for the incorrect one, right? So Koringa is the incorrect one because it is in the Godavari, not Krishna. So answer will be B here, the incorrect statement. 54th, which one of the following statement is incorrect? Again, now these statements are related to the methane in emission. Look at the first statement. Methane is far more dangerous than carbon dioxide in its potential to cause global warming. Yes, it is true. The global warming potential of methane is higher than carbon dioxide, but the lifespan of methane is shorter than the carbon dioxide. Fine. But the potential is very high. Potential means what? Ability to trap heat is much more in methane than carbon dioxide. So statement 1 is correct. Now statement 2, global methane pledge aims to cut methane emission by at least 30% by 2030 from the 2020 levels. Yes, global methane pledge talks about methane emission cut by at least 30%. So second statement is also correct. Third statement, global methane initiative is a public private partnership to reduce barriers to the recovery and use of methane as a clean energy source. So global methane initiative is a public private partnership to reduce barriers to the recovery and use of methane as a clean energy source. So that is the correct objective of global methane initiative. That is also correct. Fourth statement, methane alert and response system MARS is a satellite monitoring system initiated by Global Environment Facility. Factual information here. This statement is wrong. United Nations has decided to set up a satellite-based monitoring system, MARS, which is a methane alert and response system for tracking methane emission and alerting the government and corporation to respond. The MARS initiative is intended to strengthen the effort to cut down methane emission. Not initiated by Global Environment Facility, but it is an UN initiative. Fine. So the statement D is incorrect. That is what they are asking. So answer will be D. 55. Consider the following statement regarding Global Registry of Fossil Fuels. Global Registry of Fossil Fuel. It is an first statement. It is an open, transparent repository of data on fossil fuel production worldwide, expressed in terms of its embedded methane emission. So yes, Global Registry of Fossil Fuel is an open, transparent repository of data on fossil fuel production worldwide. Second statement, it is designed to be a tool to support policymakers and investors in making sensible 1.5-degree aligned decision around fossil fuel production. So regarding Global Registry Fossil Fuels, it is a first of its kind database for tracking the world's fossil fuel production, reserves and emissions. So both the statements which are given here are correct. So they are asking for the correct statement. So answer will be both 1 and 2. C, both 1 and 2. 56. Which of the following list of activities has been finalized to be considered for trading of carbon credits? Now carbon credits, which all activities can be looked at as greenhouse gas mitigation activities. So among them, among the list of the activities which are considered in carbon credit, so there are listing of renewable energy with storage, solar thermal power, offshore wind, green hydrogen, compressed biogas, emerging mobility solutions like fuel cells, high-end technology for energy efficiency, sustainable aviation fuel, best available technology for process improvement in hard to abate sectors, tidal energy, ocean thermal energy, ocean salt gradient energy, ocean web energy, ocean current energy, high voltage direct current transmission. So all of them are considered within this. Alternate materials like green ammonia is also considered, removable activities like carbon capture, utilization, storage, etc. So all of them are considered. They have given few examples here. You will have to identify which all are considered for trading of carbon credits. Clear? So green hydrogen, yes. Green ammonia, yes. Offshore winds, yes. Compressed biogas, sustainable aviation fuel. So all of them, all of the options which are given are considered for trade in carbon credit system, right? So answer here, what they are asking, correct answer using the code given below. So D, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them are correct, right? So answer will be D here. Look at the next question, 57, related to the air pollution. Consider the following statement regarding air pollution and its management. Now, air pollution in an area depends on its meteorology, topography and land use pattern. Now, you can take the example of Delhi pollution here to see that what is the basic causes for the air pollution here, right? So it is not only related to the vehicular emission, industrial emission or the stubble burning which we generally quote, but it is basically related to the geographical location of the city as well. So it is, you can, when you are analyzing the reasons has to be holistic, and in that topography, meteorology and land use pattern also becomes important. So yes, statement 1 is correct. Air pollution is an area which depends on meteorology, topography and land use patterns. Second statement, the airshed can be defined as a geographic area that because of topography, meteorology or the climate is frequently affected by the same air mass. So airshed, there are defined airshed areas where the similar air masses are present. So you can categorize the entire topography into various airsheds, right? So this statement is also correct here. Third statement talks about the example of the airshed. In India, Western Maharashtra and Chhattisgarh lie in one airshed. Now this statement is wrong. That Western Maharashtra is in conjunction with the Eastern Gujarat, that comes as a same airshed area. Chhattisgarh is a separate airshed. They are not overlapping. So geographically you can identify the areas are two distinct areas. In between there is Madhya Pradesh present, so not an overlapping area. So statement 3 is wrong. So which of the statement given above are correct? So statement 1 and statement 2 are correct here. Fine. So answer will be A. Look at the next question, 58. It is related to Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. Now the first statement, it is a non-statutory organization mandated to preserve tiger population in India. Now Wildlife Crime Control Bureau is not limited to only tiger conservation. It takes care of the provisions of the sites in India and other species are also involved here. So clearly the statement 1 is incorrect. Statement 2, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau works for the sites and exim policy for flora and fauna management. Yes, that is correct. Works under the provisions of or for implementation of the sites provisions in India. So statement 2 is correct here. Third, Wildlife Protection Act of 1972 mandates the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau to collect and collate intelligence related to organized wild crime activities. So from where they are deriving their powers in India in national legislation? So it is from the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. But implementation of whose scheme? Sites provisions. Now in the recent amendment of Wildlife Protection Act which of 2022, the element of one more schedule is being added which will enlist the species which are there in the appendix of sites, right? So directly now Wildlife Crime Control Bureau will be deriving power from the Wildlife Protection Act as well as implementing the schedule 4th of the Wildlife Protection Act. Clear? So third statement is also correct. Only incorrect statement here is the statement 1. What they are asking, how many of the statements given are correct? How many? 2. So answer will be B, only 2. Next question, 59. Which of the following statement is incorrect regarding coral reefs and its conservation? So coral reef conservation in important aspect in the biodiversity conservation. So here look at these statements. Corals are sessile, which means that they are permanently attached themselves to the ocean floor. Correct statement. Coral reefs unit represents UNEP in the International Coral Reef Initiative. 2023 is declared as the 3rd International Year of Reef. Corals are also called the rainforest of the seas. Now these are the 4 statements given. The first statement is correct. The 4th statement is also correct because they are high biodiverse area, supports large number of biodiversities. They are called rainforest of the oceans or rainforest of the seas. Now the factual statement which is given in the third, 2023 is declared as the 3rd International Year of Reef. This is wrong. Basically 2018 was declared as the 3rd International Year of Reef. So 23 is not the 3rd year. So this statement, factual statement, is wrong. Now whenever you are talking or reading about the current affairs here, these kind of specific factual information you must make note of, because there can be one statement, if you are not aware of the fact, that becomes very difficult for you to take a call there, right? So sometimes in environment as well as in economy, few factual areas you make note of whenever you are reading the current affairs, fine. So here they are asking for the incorrect statement, so answer will be C. C here, right? Let us look at the next question. 60. Now this is again a basic question. Which of the following correctly describes the water quality standards? Now when you read about water pollution, one of the basic things we read is the dissolved oxygen, biological oxygen demand, chemical oxygen demand, etc., right? BOD, COD. Now look at the first statement. The amount of biochemical oxygen the amount of biochemical oxygen demand, BOD, in the water is a measure of the amount of inorganic material. Now if you know the definition of BOD, it is the amount of oxygen which the decomposers require to decompose the organic material, not the inorganic. If you want to incorporate the inorganic material also, the concept is COD, where COD, the amount of oxygen which is required for the oxidation of organic and inorganic both. So if you go by the definition, the first statement is wrong. BOD deals with the organic material, not the inorganic one. So statement 1 is wrong here. Second, eutrophication reflects nutrient enriched water bodies which results in loss of biodiversity. Now eutrophication, how it happens? It is because of the runoff of the high nutrients which is reaching the stagnant water and increasing the nutrients there. Phytoplanktons will increase, or the flora cover will increase. So naturally sunlight will not reach even in the water. The dissolved oxygen will be reduced. This will choke the animals or fish which are present there. So it is adverse for the health of the pond or the stagnant water ecosystem which we are referring to. So clearly eutrophication reflects that the nutrient is higher in the water, which leads to less support of the biodiversity or loss of the biodiversity. So statement 2 here is correct. So they are asking select the correct answer using the code given below. So statement 1 is wrong, 2 is correct, answer will be B here, fine. So one more question is there for from the environment section, and that is the last question of this paper, the 100th one. So let us scroll there to see that. Look at this question. Consider the following regions in India. Number 1, the Himalayas, the Western Ghats, Terai Duar Savanna, Sundaland and Sundarbans. Which of the regions given above are the official biodiversity hotspots in India? Now biodiversity hotspots, if you have read that there is a specific condition to declare an area as a hotspot. One of the reason is there has to be more than 1500 endemic plant species, and the second condition is more than 70% of the biodiversity loss has been happening in the area, right? Then we call that area as hotspot. Hotspot means which is biodiversity rich but also vulnerable, fine. So there are 4 biodiversity hotspot in India which we consider. Among the options given here, Himalayas, yes, they are one of the biodiversity hotspot. The Western Ghat, yes. Third is the Sundaland. Sundaland we also consider that in India because the Nicobar Island is part of the Sundaland biodiversity hotspot, right? So these 3, Himalaya, Western Ghat and Sundaland, forms part of the official biodiversity hotspot in India. So which one of the option is there? 1, 2 and 4. So answer will be A here, right? So these all were the questions related to the economy, science and tech and the environment section, right? I hope this discussion helps you in analyzing your mistakes in the examination, and we also encourage you to write these mock tests so that you can assess that where your prelims preparation is going, right? So in a while we will just start with the discussion of the history questions by the Asutosh sir, right? Thank you.
So, welcome student to the discussion of history. I am Ashutosh Nath Jha and let's begin the discussion on history. जिन लोगों ने मॉक दिया होगा, I hope you have found the question more with the subsidiary aspect of the history what we read. Some questions were on the medieval India and some on the ancient history of India. Further, you will find 2-3 questions of modern India related with the personalities of modern India. Okay, and some of the personalities related with the tribal people or the persons who have a great influence. Going by the nature of UPSC pattern, we are being trying to frame those questions in a manner with especially with regard to history, so that you are able to cover as much as dimensions as possible and the themes as much as possible. Fine. So in this regard, this paper was a bit kind of tricky in the sense of if you are well read and if your concepts are clear with regard to the ancient and medieval India, so you are more able to solve those questions in a more peculiar manner and more easily. However, in this discussion, I will talk about and discuss on many aspects and themes of the questions, and the related background will be given, and there will be a discussion on the background along with the different aspects of a theme of the question. Okay, so options will be discussed in particular to give you a more holistic picture. Okay, so let's begin the first question. We have 21 number question in our paper. The 21st question talks about the Gupta period. Gupta period being very important period in the ancient history. Gupta period, the main aspects of the Gupta period, if you are aware, it's from the 4th AD till the 6th AD. This is the time period of the Guptas. Guptas in ancient India at times being compared with the Mauryan period. Okay, why? Because the Mauryan and Gupta, these two were the all India empire. Mauryan was a bigger than the Gupta, but Guptas were also having the status of a all India empire, and that's why even in UPSC and your test series you will find the popular comparison between the Mauryan and Gupta. Fine. Other aspect of the Gupta you can cover is the cultural aspect, because Gupta are also called the golden period of India. Okay, that's clear. So this is the period of the Gupta Empire. Getting the background, the Gupta Empire came on the ruins of the Satavahanas, because Satavahanas were ruling in the post-Mauryan period, and in 319, the year of Chandragupta Chandragupta, who was the founder of the Gupta Empire. So you can see this period is the starting of the Gupta Empire, and one of their main features of this Gupta Empire was, as you can connect, as it was an all India empire, so it will have a administration, it will have a top-down approach, it will have a king and the monarchy, in which hand, in the hands of king, there will be concentration of the administration. This is the main focus of the Gupta's administration. So in this regard, let's see some of the options which have been given here. The first option talks about the monarchy, which was a dominant form of government during the Gupta Empire. As I told you, with Gupta Empire, monarchy means the king, the rule of a king, and the king is the fountain of all the powers. He is the repository of all the power. He delivered justice also. He is the fountainhead of all the powers in a kingdom. That is the monarchical form of government was in the Gupta period. That is the correct statement here. Okay, before going forward, just look at what is the direction, in which direction the examiner wants us to correct the answer. It is the incorrect one, that we have to select the incorrect one out of the 3 statements. So the first statement is automatically correct because it is the monarchical form of government. The second statement relates with the administration part, that is the Mahadandanayakas help the king in the administration of state. Okay. In the previous papers also we have covered this aspect, like the Mahadandanayaka. In the administration of Gupta, the supreme power is with king. Then there are some council of ministers. Then there are some officials who are in the charge of administration of justice. Okay. So this Mahadandanayaka, along with Sandeep Vigrahaka and Dandanayakas, were in the charge of justice delivery. And we are finding this, the high-ranking official called Dandanayaka. The reference of the Mahadandanayakas can be found in the Allahabad pillar inscriptions or the Prayag Prahasti, which also talks about the Samudragupta. Okay. So this statement 2 is also correct. Statement 2 is also correct here. Why? Because they are the part of the administration. Third statement relates with the management and the administration. So unlike the Mauryan period, the administration in the Gupta period was managed through a bottom-up approach. This is a very important keyword here, that in Gupta period, the administration was going from the bottom up. It means the village to the towns to the cities to the higher administration. That is the bottom-up approach. And we are well aware that in the Gupta period, as you have read, that in the Gupta period, the system of administration and the organization of empire was, there was an Rashtra or the head empire, okay, capital tha unka. After that Rashtra, the whole empire was divided into bhuktis. Bhuktis means provinces, and these bhuktis were kept under the uparikas or the governors. They were appointed by the Gupta kings. After bhuktis, we have Vaishyas or Vishayas, were the cities, okay, under the Vishwapati. Then we have the villages or the towns. Okay, so this is the top down approach, and each village council was also headed by a village headman. So it gives us the reference and the kind of idea that from the village to the towns to the cities to the provinces to the emperor, this was the kind of administration which has been followed in the Gupta Empire. And at that, because of this aspect also, the Gupta Empire is also called to be a kind of decentralized empire. Decentralized means where the power is distributed. However, in the Mauryan period, king was a supreme head. It was a centralized empire. Okay. So we have to find the incorrect, but we don't find any of the statement as incorrect. So our answer will be none of them are incorrect. So next question is question number 22. Question number 22 is related with the temple, but this temple is not in India. It is in the Southeast Asia, Cambodia. Angkor Wat temple, very famous temple, also a UNESCO World Heritage Site, Angkor Wat temple. Well, what happened that during the time of Cholas, during the time of Guptas, and further down the line in the medieval India, some of the kings have influence in the Southeastern Asian nations. Further, besides the military and the achievements of the king, we have trading relations, we have cultural relations, and that cultural relation had penetrated down to the Southeast Asian culture, and we are finding n number of temples with they are related with the Hindu mythological aspect, and we are finding those temples in the Southeast Asian nations. We have some temple in Vietnam also. So here we have to see the temple of Angkor Wat, that is in Cambodia. Okay, that is in Cambodia. So we have to see that how many statements are correct here. Okay. So first of all, the first statement says that it is dedicated. We have to find the correct one. It is dedicated to the Shaivite sect of Hinduism located in Vietnam. I told you this, not Vietnam, is Cambodia, and it is not a Shaivite sect, it's the sect of Vishnu. Bhagwan Vishnu is being worshipped in this temple. Further, initially it was the Bhagwan Vishnu, but in the 12th century, the temple started to worship as a Buddhist temple. Fine. So it's not Shaivite sect, it's the sect of Buddhism, Vishnu, and later on the Buddhism in the 12th century. This temple was made by King Suryavarman of that Cambodian dynasty in the 12th century AD. Okay, and the architecture of this Angkor Wat temple is Khmer architecture, Khmer, Khmer architecture. And the further, one of the important theme of this Angkor Wat temple is that the shape of the temple and the architecture of a temple reflect the Mount Meru. Reflect the Mount Meru is a mountain shape which is being revered, MERU, which is being revered in both Hinduism and Buddhism. Okay, this is the architectural type of the temple. So related with this concept, if a question also come in future that it symbols Mount Meru, it is correct statement. Secondly, the second statement is it is a UNESCO designated World Heritage Site. UNESCO, as many of you will aware, designates some sites as a World Heritage Site to protect the heritage value and conserve and give it the highest kind of important in terms of cultural activity. So that's why this temple, as you are aware, that it's the highest degree of temple, good architectural design, and reflection of intermingling of Buddhism and Hinduism and Buddhism. That's why the UNESCO has designated this site as a World Heritage Site in year 1992, way back in 1992. That means that only statement 2 is correct. B is the correct option here. Only statement 2 is correct. Okay. Next question is the question number 23rd, and the question number 23rd is about a Mughal prince called Dara Shikoh. A Mughal prince called Dara Shikoh. Dara Shikoh was the crown prince after Shah Jahan, but he was murdered by his brother Aurangzeb, and thereafter Aurangzeb took the title of emperor. So Dara Shikoh is well known in the history of medieval India as a philosopher, as a poet, and as a lover of nature. Okay, so he was more revered in this kind of activity. So Dara Shikoh, this question is about Dara Shikoh is associated with which of the following literary works? Here we have the literary works of Dara Shikoh. In fact, in the Mughal time, also in Delhi Sultanate, and particular in the Mughal times, you will see many questions on the literary aspect. Why? Because the literature is one of the important source for history of Mughal Empire, their court, their politics, their economy, their agriculture, and their cultural relations. Fine. So this is the most important part. And when you are reading the Mughal, always go through the number of books and their writers. Okay. So here we have Dara Shikoh and his work in terms of literature. So we have three options being given here: Majma ul Bahrain, Sira Akbar, and Padshahnama. So we have to find the correct answer, which have been the work of Dara Shikoh. Majma ul Bahrain is the work of Dara Shikoh, and in this work of Dara Shikoh in Persian, what happened that in Majma ul Bahrain, the theme is the comparative analysis of Islam and Hinduism. And in this comparative analysis, Dara Shikoh has tried to compare both religion and show some kind of similarities in their theme, the theme of the religious aspect. It's a more philosophical kind of work of Dara Shikoh, Majma ul Bahrain. And then we have Sir Akbar. Sir Akbar is the Persian, work of Dara Shikoh, in which the court politics have been depicted very particularly. And further in this, Sir Akbar, the work relate to the the philosophical interpretation of Upanishads. In the Sir Akbar is the Persian translation of Upanishads. Majorly, this Upanishads being translated into the Persian, and we are aware that at time question being come in the round the corner that who had translated the Upanishad into Persian, that is Dara Shikoh, and Sir Akbar is the Persian translation of Upanishads. Padshahnama is of Shah Jahan. Padshahnama is of Shah Jahan period, and it was written by Inayat Khan, who was one of the court poet and confidant of the Shah Jahan in that moment of time. So Padshahnama is not the answer. So only 1 and 2 here are correct. Option is A. A option, 1 and 2 are correct here. Okay, I think this point is clear to you. Now we have a next question in front of us, and that question is with regard to the puppetry and the regions in which these puppetries have been formed or practiced. Okay, puppetry. Puppetry are a form of art. Okay, puppetry are a form of art. What happened in India, we have a number of art and cultural practices, and this puppetry is a form of art which is being practiced in many regions of India, and the theme of these puppetries at times relate with the bardic notions, and the themes are taken by the mythologies like Ramayana, Mahabharata, and other stories like Ram Leela, Krishna Leela. The particular the intent of this puppetry is also to spread the masses of social harmony, okay? Establishing some kind of social values in the society. So that's why puppetry as a medium was used in the medieval times, and it also has some origin in the ancient times. Some of the puppetry has the origin in ancient times. So what we can find with regard to puppetry, that when you are reading the puppetry, always connect it with the theme and the region in which is found, and what kind of puppetry is it. Okay, what is the medium in which puppetry is being showed? We have string puppetry attached with the string. We have shadow puppetry, in which shadows are being depicted as a man, woman, animals, etc. We have rod puppetry. So in this regard, we have to see that what reasons these puppetry constitutes, and we have to find the correct match here. So the first option is Putul Nach, Assam. It is the correct one, because Putul Nach is one of the important puppetry. In fact, it is a rod puppetry of Assam. Raban Chaya. Raban Chaya is not in Madhya Pradesh, it is Odisha. ठीक है, ये कहाँ का है? ओडिशा का है ये. Raban Chaya is in Odisha. Jampuri or Yampuri is a famous one from Bihar. Jampuri is a famous one from Bihar. It is also a rod puppet. It is also a rod puppet, but it is made of wood. It is made of wood. ठीक है. Tholu Bombalata is not of Tamil Nadu but of Andhra Pradesh. So we have only two are correct here, Putul Nach and Yampuri. So only 2B will be the answer here. Okay. One important aspect I would like to tell you about this Tholu Bombalata is from Andhra Pradesh, and the origins can be found in the 3rd BC, in the 3rd AD, even during the time of Satavahanas. During the time of Satavahanas, this Tholu Bombalata is being found in the Andhra Pradesh. Okay, so our answer is B here. B, only 2 are correct. Next question is question number 25. We have question number 25. Question number 25 talks about the potteries and the reasons. Aspirants, as you all are aware, the potteries are an important aspect of a civilization. They show the cultural and artistic influence, and their themes and the kind of material they use have a great significance in India. Okay, and puppetry, even during the ancient times, we can find that puppetry signifies the advancement of culture and civilization. Likewise, for example, we have discussed in the previous test also that the starting of puppetry can be found as a painted graveware. Further, an advancement was found in the Chalcolithic period when it was the black and red ware. Thirdly, the more advancement and the sophistication in the puppetry can be found in the northern black polished ware. Why I am talking about this? Because this shows the advancement of a culture, and pottery is being used for storing the grain, eating food and other activities which form the core of the human society. Okay, so we have to find here the pottery and the reasons here. Fine. So in this regard, we have to see the 4 options being given, and the first option is agate bowl. It is in Gujarat. Whether it is Gujarat or not. Silver bowl, Madhya Pradesh. Black clay pottery, Uttar Pradesh, and Bidri ware, Odisha. And we have to find the correct match here. Bidri ware is not from Odisha. Let's start from the end. Bidri ware is not from Odisha. It's from the Karnataka, Bidar region. It's from the Karnataka. A region in Karnataka is Bidar. Okay, it's a Bidri ware. From the town of Bidar, made of brass metal. As we know, as we have discussed, some of the important metals also being used in the potteries, and the Bidri ware is the work on the brass metal. And what happened? This brass metal painted white, the white painted on the black, and in this the silver work is being done. And in this, the silver work is being done in the Bidri ware. It is also a kind of GI tag being given to it. The geographical indication tag has also been given to it. Further, we have the black clay pottery. It's of the Uttar Pradesh. Very significant aspect of this pottery. It's a very shiny black pottery, and it is also being inlaid by some silver works, and the painting is done in the red and white color. Silver bowl is not from the Madhya Pradesh. It's from the state of Gujarat. Gujarat, silver bowl. Metal silver is used, and they are creating a very sophisticated bowl. It's also a GI tag. It's in Gujarat region. It's not in Madhya Pradesh. Bidri ware not in Odisha but in Karnataka. And agate bowl is in Gujarat. Agate bowl is in Gujarat, and this also being given as a, some of them given as a GI tag. Okay, so this answer would be C, 1 and 3 only. 1 and 3 only. Answer would be C here. Next question is question number 26. The question number 26 is on the Vijayanagar Empire, and we have to consider the following statement with regard to the Vijayanagar. Aspirants, while you are reading the medieval history of India, Vijayanagar Empire has a special focus and attention being given in the medieval period. Why? Because it's an independent empire, and it was during the survived and flourished during the reign of Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal Empire too. So, and this Vijayanagar Empire has a great significance in the Deccan part, in the some part of Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, etc. Okay. So this Vijayanagar Empire is one of the favorite of the UPSC. So in terms of this question, we have to see the following statement. The first statement asking about the rulers of Vijayanagar kingdom were followers of Jainism. No, they were not the only followers of Jainism. They were the main followers of Vishnu. They were the followers of Vishnu, and they were, they have practiced some kind of tolerance, that they have supported some other religions also. They were not intolerant of the religion, but they were the followers of Vaishnavism or Vishnu. You will find the Hajaram Temple, Vithal Temple. Okay. These temples were given the shape by the Vijayanagar Empire. They have a great architectural designs. The used gopurams were added during the Vijayanagar Empire. One of the significant feature of the Vijayanagar Empire was the creation of platform architecture. Dibbas were created called Dabbas. The Mahanavi Dabba, on which the Dasara celebration was celebrated during the Vijayanagar Empire. So this statement 1 is incorrect here. Vijayanagar society was divided into the 4 Varnas, namely Brahmin, Ravacharu, Vaishyas and Shudras. Yes, they were divided into the 4 Varnas, and the information on this, the division of society into 4 Varnas is given by the book of Allasani Pedanna, that is the Manu Charitram. In the book Manu Charitram, in the book Manu Charitram, we are finding that there's a description about the society being divided into the 4 Varnas. Okay, this was written by Allasani Pedanna. He was a great poet of Karnataka. Okay, this was the main impact. So we have to see the option, more options here. 26. Yeah, there are 3 more options being given. 2 more options, like the option. Option 3 is, statement 3 is, the women were deprived of the political rights. Women were deprived of the political rights and were deprived of attaining the education in any manner. So this statement, by looking at it, you can just eliminate it. Why? Because we are in the history of Vijayanagar, we are finding that women were given good opportunity to get the education. Even the foreign writers during that moment of time had described the status of women and their educational status, and though they were deprived of some of the political rights, but they have been given some kind of avenues for economic participation. They also been employed in the state as some official positions. They also go to the wars. They have been playing games like wrestlings. They were some were astrologers. Fine. So this cannot be said true of the Vijayanagar Empire, that women were deprived of the education. So the participation in the profession cannot be there if you are being deprived of the education. So the statement is eliminated here. 3 is eliminated. Slavery was prevalent in the Vijayanagar society. This statement is correct. Why? Because one traveler called Nunij, one traveler in the Vijayanagar Empire called Nunij, he has described the prevalence of slavery during the Vijayanagar Empire. So we have to see that how many statements are correct here. And with regard to this question, we have given the 4 options like only 1, only 2, only 3, and all 4 are correct. So we have found that 2 are incorrect here. So only 2 will be the correct option. Only 2 will be the correct option. This one, and the second option was correct with regard to the division of society into 4 Varnas. Okay. So this statement, this question is, answer was 2 here. So the next question we have is question number 27. Question number 27. In the question number 27, you will we are getting the direction to find the incorrect statement regarding the Hartog Committee recommendations. Aspirants, this Hartog Committee was a committee formed by the Simon Commission to look into the development and status of the education during the British Empire. Okay. As we study in the history that the objective of the British education policy was not to give education in India to all for the purpose of educating the Indians, but it was in the nature of benefiting the British Empire by educating some Indians. It will fill some lower administrative post, and they will create a taste of British in the Indians. Okay. So in this regard, they have established some kind of educational institutions starting from the 1813, when an emphasis was given for the education should be imparted to the Indians, and 1 lakh has been given as a grant. Further, we have 1835 Macaulay Minutes, then we have Wood's Dispatch. Following that, some education institutions were established, and in 1904 we have some Universities Act, in which many universities have proliferated. We have primary education, secondary education. So education was getting a proper shape during this time, but British were not satisfied with the progress of education, because n number and many number of discrepancies were found to be there in the system of education. So that's why Hartog committee was appointed to look into the status and the direction of the education system in India, and what more can be done with regard to the system of education, and that's why it has to give some recommendations. So that's why it is very important to know the recommendations. So we have to find the incorrect one here. The first statement says that it recommends that the emphasis should be given on the primary education. Okay, and the vocational courses must be promoted among the average students. Primary education. Okay, this statement is itself is correct one. Why it is correct one? Because the first let's see the second statement, then it will be more easier for you to understand the whole system of recommendation which has been given. The second statement says that it criticizes the universities for failing to achieve their purpose of inculcating a learning taste and preparing society ready leaders. This was a true wording of the recommendation which has been given. What happened that when this commission was appointed, this committee was appointed in 1929, it has surveyed the primary education, secondary education and the higher education. It among the recommendations has suggested that the level of the education and the system of education in the primary and secondary is dwindling. It is being very bad shape because no such focus is being given on the attainment of the primary education, and due to the proliferation of many higher education and secondary education and universities, the education at large is witnessing a decline in the quality. So this committee was of the opinion that even the universities were failing to achieve their purpose. They are not making a student ready to take a job in the market. That was the recommendation during that point of time, and they were not developing a good taste in the learning. It is only for the purpose of graduating. So talking in a larger aspect, we can see that these two statements are correct, and further it suggested that the primary education should be more enlarged and it shall be imparted along with the vocational courses to make the people ready for the job opportunities. Okay, this was appointed by the Simon Commission, as I told you, and it was to look into the status on the education. It was not satisfied with the state and working of education due to the proliferation of many schools and universities which were not in consonance with their intent. So that's why these two recommendations have been provided, and none of the above are incorrect here. So answer will be D. Okay, none of the above are incorrect. So answer will be D here. I hope this is clear. Always, if you are reading some of the committee recommendations, because in the British India we have number of committees on education, we have committees on famines, some are on the committees on agriculture, some on the police reforms, some on the civil service reforms. Always look into the background and when committee was formed, and then ask yourself that what could be the recommendations and what was the background and the prevailing situation during that moment of time when this committee was formed. This is true for all of the committees when you are going to read during the British India. Okay. So this was the committee recommendations here. So we have answer D. Neither 1 nor 2 is incorrect here. Question number 28. Question number 28, a bit of current affairs side. As most of you have read about the G20, and in the G20, the Pragati Maidan has been renovated in the shape of Bharat Mandapam, a venue site. The question is about we have to consider the following statement regarding the Bharat Mandapam, which was a venue site for 19th G20 summit, which was conducted recently a few months back. So the Pragati Maidan has been reconstructed in a architectural design on the shape of the Bharat Mandapam. So Bharat Mandapam as a concept has been taken here, and we have to see the background of this concept. Okay, so Bharat Mandapam draws the inspiration. The Bharat Mandapam draws the inspiration from Lord Basaveshwara's concept of Anubhav Mandapam. We will see correct or incorrect. First, read all three statements here. The building shape is influenced by the elegant form of shankh, that is conch shell. Shankh is a very revered form of musical instrument, which is being used to blow, and a particular sound is coming from that shankh. It is very revered thing in the Hinduism. Anubhav Mandapam was a 12th century temple of the Lingayat faith. Okay, so we have to see how many statements are correct or incorrect here. So with regard to the Anubhav Mandapam here, first of all, let's see the concept of Bharat Mandapam. The Bharat Mandapam was concept which has been drawn from the Lord Baveswara's concept of Anubhav Mandapam. Lord Baveswara, who was a 12th century saint of Lingayat faith, he was a prominent saint who worked for the upliftment of society. He criticized the caste system. He also criticized the prevailing social structure, and he has given a new faith called Lingayat faith. Fine. So Lingayat faith also got promotion during his time, and to propagate the ideas of the philosophies and the many religions, the kind of propagating the ideas of Lingayat faith also, he established a Anubhav Mandapam, and this Anubhav Mandapam was a kind of parliament, also called the parliament of many religions. Why parliament? Because in this Anubhav Mandapam, some scholars and philosophers of many religions come to sit together and discuss on the concept of religion and philosophy. Further, the social economic problems, the political issues of that time were also discussed at some length. So this was a kind of parliamentary form which was there in the 12th century, in the time of Lord Basaveshwara. So this all three statements are correct here, and our direction was to find the correct one. One important aspect I would like to tell you about this Bharat Mandapam and the recently concluded the event. In this Bharat Mandapam, you will find a shape of the sculpture of Nataraja, and the sculpture of Nataraja is a 28-foot sculpture made from 8 धातु, अष्ट धातु, 8 metals का यूज करके बनाया गया था इस नटराज को. And with regard to the Bharat Mandapam, when you will enter the G20 premises in the Bharat Mandapam, we are finding a lot of sculptures being drawn to show the Indian religious and philosophical thought. Fine. So our answer is C. All three are correct with regard to the Bharat Mandapam. The concept was Bharat Mandapam, taken from the Lord Basaveshwara Anubhav Mandapam, who was a 12th century Lingayat faith. Okay. So next question is question number 29. Question number 29, also a kind of linkage with the current affairs. The question number 29 asks us to consider the following statement about Sengal, which was seen in news. Sengal, as we are aware, when the new parliament was being inaugurated, our prime minister has been depicted by getting the Sengal to be installed in the newer parliament. Fine. So this Sengal as a concept has been taken here, and the Sengal was a kind of authority which was given to the kings in the early medieval time. So with this regard, we have to find the three statement. We are finding three statement. We have to find the correct one here. So first statement says that Sengal derived from the Tamil word semai, meaning upholding of the moral values by the king. The second statement, the Sengal spectre was wielded by Chola kings during the ceremonial occasions to symbolize their authority. Third statement is how it was crafted. Okay, so it was crafted from precious materials like gold and silver with a finial of Nandi. Finial means the representation on top of something. Okay, when you will see the Sengal, this is the crude representation of Sengal, and in the above you will find the finial of Nandi is being here, and this whole metal, the whole Sengal was crafted by using the gold and silver. Okay, gold and silver. So this third statement is correct here. The second and first statement, you will see that the Sengal, which was having a ceremonial meaning, when the new king was appointed, he was given the Sengal by the saints, and the Sengal means that as a king, you are supposed to and you are bound by the duty to uphold the righteousness or justice. So statement 1 says that, meaning upholding of moral values. It was not the only moral values. Moral values will be a more narrow in term. Why? Because king is above that narrow interpretation of Sengal. The Sengal means that he have to do the justice, he have to do the righteousness. So the concept of righteousness was related with the Sengol. So this makes statement 1 as incorrect. Why? Because Semite doesn't denote the moral values but the righteousness and the justice part. King is supposed to deliver the justice. Okay. Second statement says that it was a spectre wielded by Chola king during the ceremonial occasions. So during the Chola Empire also, this handing over the Sengol and the Sengol ceremony was in the nature when the king was succeeded by other king. So during the succession, when the new king is appointed, this Sengol was handed over to him, and this denotes the succession. So when in the 1947, when India was independent on the intervening night of 14th August, this Sengol was handed over to the then first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, on the night of 14th August, and it denotes the transfer of power. So taking the inspiration from that aspect from the Tamil region of the Chola emperors, this Sengol was firstly handed over to the Jawaharlal Nehru during the 14th August 1947, and it denotes the transfer of power or the succession. And recently, when the newer parliament was established, the Sengol was installed in the newer parliament. It shows that the king or the Prime Minister of India is supposed to uphold the righteousness and justice. Okay. So we have to see that who are the correct. So we have 2 are correct here and 3 are correct. So only 2 answer would be B, because 1 is incorrect. 1 is incorrect here. Okay, answer is B, only 2. Now the next question we have, I hope this concept is clear to you. What is Sengol and why it is being given in the newer parliament and how it was made. Question number 30. Even when you are reading the current affairs, because we are releasing some current affairs in the form of daily, weekly and monthly, we are covering the art and culture. So when you are reading the art and culture and the current affairs related with that, always look for the main concept of that current affairs, okay, and relate it with the background and the main conceptual and contextual understanding. So question number 30 we have. The question number 38 is with regard to the Mughal Empire, okay, and here the social economic aspect of the Mughal Empire has been asked. So first statement says that trade was the main source of national income. National, you can take the income of the Mughal Empire, and majority of the population used to depend on this during the Mughal administration. Going by the simple logic, you will find that how can during the Mughal period, when it was the 15th, the 16th and the 17th century, when there was a rise of the Mughal Empire, how can it be possible that the majorities depend on the tradings? Because we are well aware that agriculture was the main occupation. So here the statement will be incorrect. Why? Because it was not the trade, but it was the agriculture which was the dominant form of economic activity during the time of Mughal Empire. Second statement is co-related with this first statement, that the cultivation of millets and the oil seeds was absent during the Mughal period. Now, when we are talking about the agriculture, that it was the main occupation, that how come this can be possible that millets, which are a good source of protein and fibers, and the oil seeds, in this time the kohlu were used to get the oils, and when you have this kind of economy depend on the agriculture, so there cannot be a total absent. They can be minimal but not absent. Absent is a keyword here, which is very harsh word being used as absent. So it cannot be absent. They were present among the other crops, like during the Mughal times, tobacco was introduced, potato was introduced by Portuguese. So besides the cotton and the staple crops, we have the millets and oil seeds which were cultivated during the time of Mughal Empire. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now, third statement is the textile industries evolved to a greater length, greater extent during the reign of Akbar. It means that the textile industries have evolved to a greater extent during the reign of Akbar. This is correct statement. Why? Because cotton was most favored textile, and besides cotton, we have muslin, silk, etc., which were used by the nobility or the emperors. And cotton was promoted because India is a tropical country, and it during those moment of time also, when there was summer, the cotton and the muslins were preferred by the nobility, and that's why the textile industries have evolved to a greater extent during the time of Akbar. So only one statement is correct here. Answer would be A, only one is correct. So when you are reading the Mughals, besides cultural, you always look for the economic aspect of Sultanate or Mughal Empire. Okay, fine. Because of this lack of economic activity and the economic power, the Mughal declined. So next question is question number, I think, next question is question number 78. 78. Let's move on to question number 78. The question number 78 talks about Sant Tukaram. Sant Tukaram was a medieval Bhakti saint who sought to reform the society, which was based on the caste system. So, inspiration have been taken from the current affairs that recently the Prime Minister inaugurated the Sant Tukaram Shila Mandir. In this given context, consider the following statement regarding Sant Tukaram. Sant Tukaram was sent from the region of Maharashtra. He was a Bhakti saint in the 17th century and he belonged to the Varkari Sampradaya. Okay, he belonged to the Vakri Sampradaya and it is a correct statement here. Okay, he belonged to the Vakri Sampradaya. Further, he wrote Abhangas in the praise of Lord Vitthal. Lord Vitthal means he is a form of Vishnu who was being worshipped in the region of Maharashtra, Pandharpur. Okay, and Vitthal is also known as Vithoba there. So, this statement 2 is also correct here. Vakari sect did not allow women devotees. This is an extreme statement because the Vakari sect did not discriminate on the basis of men and the women and even on the basis of caste base. And it was a Vakari movement was a kind of bhakti movement with emphasis on social reforms. It also emphasized the importance of abstinence or the brahmacharya and the regulation in the intake of the food or the kind of intoxicant or the madiras. He asked for the abstinence from the meat eating, and this was the focus of the Bhakti empire because alcoholism and the meat eating, according to the Bhakti saints, have a huge role to play in the corruption of the mind and people get to divert from the main attention. And one of the important aspect of this Varkari and the Sant Tukaram movement was that it wanted to create a casteless society. It wanted to keep at against the institution of caste in the society. And these medieval saint has a huge work in terms of Abhangas. They wrote in the praise of Lord Vitthal. You will find lot of Abhangas being written by some of the saints. Okay, they are also called the devotional poetries and they form the basis of the many kirtanas. So we have this option A as correct because women were allowed. Okay, they were allowed. So we have option 1A, 1 and 2 are correct here. There was no discrimination based on the gender. So question number 79, we have to consider the following statement regarding the Somnath temple. Somnath temple is a world famous temple and recently the news came that Prime Minister was made the chairman of the Somnath Temple Trust. So let's look at the Somnath temple and the statement which has been given here. Somnath temple, the origin of the temple is debated, but most probably the 1st century AD is taken as the origin of the temple, and it was one of the Somnath temple is the first among the 12 Jyotirlingas we have in India. Jyotirlinga is the kind of shivling which is established in the 12 regions of India, and we are finding that Somnath is the first of the Jyotirlinga. So statement 1 talks about the architectural design of Somnath temple. The first statement says that Somnath temple was reconstructed in the Maru Gurjara style. What is Maru Gurjara style? The Maru Gurjara style was a prevalent style of architecture during the times of medieval India and especially during the time of Chalukyan dynasty. Okay, in the Vallabhi and the region of Gujarat, this is the kind of architectural design in the Western India. And this Maru Gurjara is a very famous style because we are finding that not only Somnath temple, but temples like Jain temple at Mount Abu. Then we have a lot of temple like the Maru Gurjara can be seen in the Sun Temple at Modhera and Rani Ki Bhav and the Jain Temple at Mount Abu. So these are the examples of the Maru Gurjara style. This Maru Gurjara style also takes the inspiration from the Nagara temple architecture, and in the Maru Gurjara temple you will find a the prevalence of a tank, a water tank inside the temple premises. That is the Maru Gurjara temple. Further, the height, the extreme height of this temple, or the more popularity of this temple has achieved during the time of the Solanki rulers of Western India. Fine. So this is the all about the Maru Gurjara style of architecture. So this first statement is correct. Why? Because Maru Gurjara was the style of architecture in which Somnath temple was reconstructed. Why reconstructed? I will talk about it. Let's first see the second statement. I told you correct. The third statement, it was destroyed by Mahmud Ghazni in 1025 and reconstructed by the Nagbhatta II. What happens that when Mahmud Ghazni was on his expeditions to finance his expeditions and the expenses policy, Somnath temple was revered and it was taken as one of the richest temple of India, and Mahmud Ghazni attacked the temple for the purpose of loot, and he tried to destroy the temple. So what happened, even during the time of that 11th century, the period which has been given here, Nagbhatta was the king from the Gurjara Pratihara dynasty. Gurjara Pratihara dynasty. This was a dynasty which was there in medieval India. We are aware this Gurjara Pratihara dynasty was also the dynasty which was engaged in the tripartite struggle, Pratiharas. So this Nagbhatta II was the king who reconstructed a temple after being destroyed. Further, this temple also saw the destruction in the 13th century when there was Sultanate. But in the independent India, this temple was reconstructed in 1951. This temple was reconstructed in 1951 and the design was Maru Gurjara style of architecture. Is that clear? So what happened in 1951, Sardar Patel, the Home Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister of that time, he started to reconstruct. He took the initiative to reconstruct the temple, and this was reconstructed. Further, we have Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, as the chairman of Sri Somnath Mandir Trust. Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, is the second Prime Minister who is the head of this Somnath Trust. The first was Sri Morarji Desai, who was the chairman of this trust. Okay, so we have statement 1, 2, 3 as correct here. Statement 1, 2, 3 as correct. So option will be D. Option will be D. So next question is question number 80 here. We have the question number 80 is with regard to the August offer. August offer is very famous in the history of modern India. Why? Because this was the offer which was given in the year 1940. So getting a background of this offer, British was engaged in the World War II, and the World War II formed its background because British wanted the cooperation of India in its war efforts. So what happened? INC was dissatisfied, and the 2 years back and even the 1 year back, the INC has withdrawn from the government. There was a resignation of the Congress ministries, and to get the participation of Indians in the war struggle, the war effort, the British has organized and given an offer to the Indians that is called the August offer. Okay, this was the background. Further, in 1940, this offer has some provisions with regard to it. Three statements have been given. So it accepted the demand of the Purna Swaraj but did not specify any time period. Now, we are all aware that this Purna Swaraj was in the year 1929, then 1931 in the Kranchi, and this was again re-emphasized. And this Purna Swaraj means complete independence, which was not offered by the August offer. What August offer offered was the dominion status, that you are free to form your own constitution, you form your own provisions for the governance, but you are under the dominion of the British Empire. So Purna Swaraj was not given the August offer. The August offer provided the veto to the Muslims. How? Because you know what happened, that the August offer has a provisions that some Indians will be elected and they will be forming the Constituent Assembly, in which the Constituent Assembly in an informal manner and more formal manner that will be formed, and it will have the power to draft a constitution for itself, but given that constitution, it shall be adopted and finalized only if the minority section has a consent to it. It means when this word consent has been added, it means it has given the veto to the Muslims. Even Muhammad Ali Jinnah has praised this offer, but of course this offer was rejected by the INC because they were not in the mood for a separation between India and Pakistan. And after this offer, you will find in the just few months before that offer, in the March we have the resolution of Pakistan in the 1940. Okay, so this August offer also has an intention of dividing the Indian voices and giving it a shape of divergent views in India. So it has given a veto power. Why? Because it has a provision of consent of the Muslims with regard to the finalization of any of the provisions of the August offer, okay, or any of the provisions of constitution which was being framed. So following the failure of the August offer, Mahatma Gandhi launched the individual satyagraha to affirm the right to free expression. So when this offer was rejected, and thereafter Mahatma Gandhi, he started the individual satyagraha. The intent of the satyagraha was to create a voice for the freedom movement and to prepare the mass for the next round of struggle, and to propagate the idea that INC was not in the war effort. They are not with the British in the war effort. They are trying for the Indian independence. So this was the message which the satyagrahis were supposed to deliver, and they have to prepare the mass for the next round of struggle. First satyagrahi, Bhave, then Jawaharlal Nehru, and the third was Brahmadatta. So with regard to this, 2 and 3 are correct here. So only 2, option B will be correct here. Option B will be correct. Fine. Even the August offer, will find a war council was created. So keep in mind the provisions of the August offer. Next is, question is question number 81 we have. The question number 81 is about the Censorship of Press Act 1799. Okay. Censorship of Press Act 1799. With regard to it, we have to see the three statement. In fact, the Censorship of Press Act 1799. The first statement says that Richard Wellesley introduced this legislation with the objective to stop Indians from printing critique of the British Raj. This was not Indian but the French. This was not Indian but the French. You will see censorship. Censorship means you are censoring some actions. So in 1799, you must be aware, or I will make you this background. You must understand that this was the period of the British conquest and consolidation. Aggressive conquest was being played. Subsidiary alliance was introduced. So no Indian power was established there, and there was absence of any particular Indian power who could oppose the British at a greater length. Okay. Even some of the aspect of modern nationalism was complete absent. There were different states and it was being conquested. So there was absence of an Indian power who could criticize or oppose the British related with the press. So it was the French who was the competing European power with British, and the French have started to criticize the British policies to create the dissatisfaction among Indians. So that's why this Censorship of Press Act 1799 came with the objective to stop the French from printing criticism of the British Raj. So second statement is, this one is incorrect because it was not the Indian but the French. The second one is that all the newspapers were now reviewed by the government before publication, because if there is censorship, it will be reviewed. Third statement is, it covered all form of press publications including magazines and books. Now this magazines and book were included by the separate amendment in the Act in 1807, not by the 1799. That makes the statement third as incorrect. So we have only 2 options, that is B is correct here. Option B is correct here, only 2. Next question is question number 82. The question number 82 is related with the system of coinage which was evolved during the ancient times. So coinage is an important form of archaeological evidence. It shows the political events, cultural events, the precise dates being provided by the coins. It also reflects the position of the king and the position of the economy, because the the weight of the presence and the quality of the coins and the metals in that coin like silver, gold or copper denotes the economic activity during that moment of time. Okay, so with regard to it, we have to see the evolution here. The punch mark coins were casted coins. The punch mark coins were the casted coins with only one side die stuck. That punch mark coins were a casted coin. It's a true statement. Why? Because we are finding the start of the punch mark coins from the 6th BC. 6th BC, during the time of Mahajanpadas, we are finding that this punch mark coins being started. Before the punch mark coins, we have the system of barter during the IVC culture. We have the system of barter. Further, in the Vedic civilization, we do found some references of coins like Nishaka and etc. Shamanas, but they are not coins in the literal sense for the economic activity. But in the 6th century BC, when there was a great kind of intermingling of trade and agriculture, there was agricultural prosperity, the new urbanization was there. So it given a prosperity to the trade, and if there is a trading activity at a larger extent, it will have a use of coinage. So we are finding the first use of coinage in 6th century BC, and that was of some metals, at times silver also, and there were punch marks. Some coins were given the punch to recognize in that particular manner. Okay, so this one statement is correct here. The second statement, the practice of depicting rulers buster head on the coins is an example of Kushana. No, not Kushana. This is example of the Greek. Indo-Greeks have started to represent the bust of the rulers and the figures of the rulers. Even the Indo-Greeks were the first to introduce the gold coins. But the number of gold coins in circulation with highest purity was in the Kushanas. Then in the Gupta period, we are finding the gold coins larger in number, but the content of the gold was reduced. So it shows the declining trading activities in the Gupta period. So when you are reading the history, always look at the archaeological evidences and the interpretation. So what I mean to say here, that it was the Indo-Greeks which started the practice. Fine. Further, there was some inscription on the coin, some gods of Hindu culture, and the Greek gods were also being depicted on the Indo-Greek coins. Further, the third statement says that Guptas were the first to write the inscription on the coins in Sanskrit. Yes, this is correct statement. They were the first to write the inscription on the coins in Sanskrit. The script was Brahmari script. So all of the three statement, only 2 is incorrect. So we have 1 and 3 as answer. Answer is C. 1 and 3. Answer is C here. So we have next question is question number 83. The question number 83 talks about again a question on puppetry with a historical background. So with regard to puppetry, the first statement says that puppets or the puppetry were present at the excavation site of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. Correct statement. We are finding some kind of puppetry and their representation at the sites at the excavation site of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. The oldest written reference to the puppetry has been found in the Tamil classic Silpapatikaram. Yes, it's also a true statement, because in the Silpapatikaram we are finding the mention of puppetries and the forms and the dances of puppetries. Third statement, Jampuri and Putul Nach is an example of a string puppet. No, I told you they were the example of rod puppet. So only 1 and 2 are correct here. I told you about the puppetry, their importance, and how to understand the questions on the puppetry. Always look for the reasons and the material being used and what are the themes of this puppetry. So we have question number 83, option A is correct here, 1 and 2 only. The next important question we have is question number 84. The question number 84 talks about the Jaina literature. In the history, we read about the literary evidences and the works of many religions. Among them, Jain is one of the prominent, and we have to find which of the following is are incorrect here. So I should make you aware that the whole Jain literature is being divided into 2 parts. One is Agam, that is the religious literature, also called canonical religions, canonical literature, and the other is non-canonical. Non-canonical. These are 2 parts of Jain literatures. In the canonical or the religious literature, we have Agamas. Agamas were written in the Pali, not Pali, it is in the Prakrit. That makes statement 1 as incorrect here. And further, the statement says that contains the teaching of Jain Tirthankaras. This is true, but not in the Prakrit literature, not in the Pali, but in the Prakrit language. So 1 is incorrect. So we have 2 and 3 as an option here. Okay, and we have to find the incorrect. Let's first find the incorrect one, then I will show you the answer. The Niryuktis authored by Bhadrabahu are commentaries on the Salekhan. Okay, Niryuktis come in the non-canonical. Besides Niryuktis, we have Jain Samhitas and Niryuktis. They were written by the Bhadrabahu. Bhadrabahu was a saint who has authored many books on the Jain laws and the laws of Jainism. Further, this Niryuktis is a commentary or the short commentary on the main aspect of Agam literatures. Okay, this is also incorrect because it is not on the Salekhan but it is on the Agamas. Okay, one is incorrect because of Prakrit, and the second is incorrect. The statement says that written by Bhadrabahu, that's correct, but it was not the commentary on Salekhan but on Agamas. What is Salekhan? Salekhan is a form of abstaining from the food and a kind of practice where Jain tried to achieve the moksha by avoiding the food and getting out of this body and attaining the moksha. That's Salekhan. वो भूखे रहते हैं और कई बार अपने आप को मोक्ष के लिए तैयार रखते हैं. ठीक है. Even that has been said that even Chandragupta Maurya has committed Salekhana. We don't know yet the evidence of that, but it has been said. The next statement 3 is said that Jain Samhitas talks about the interpretation of ancient Jaina laws. It is correct statement that because Jain Samhitas, that non-canonical, these are the commentaries and they interpret the ancient Jaina laws, that what is the main theme of Jaina laws, etc. being given under the Jain Samhitas. So the incorrect one are 1 because of the language. The second one is because of the Salekhan. It was not Salekhan but the Agamas, the commentaries on Agamas. So 1 and 2, option A, are only the incorrect option here. Okay. Third is correct one. So Jain literature. Question number 85 we have. Question number 85 talks about a person who was a great leader, and this talks about the Ramappa Manayam rebellion of 1922. The statement says that he was an Indian revolutionary involved in the ancient independence movement. He became involved in the anti-British activities in response to the Madras Forest Act 1882, which was passed at that point of time, and rising discontent towards the British led to the Ramappa or the Manayam rebellion of 1922, in which he played a major part as a leader, and he was the Alluri Sitaraman Raju. He was a very famous man. Even during his time, even at the age of 18 years, he became an ascetic. He became a saint, and he was a great philosopher. He is said to be acquired some magical powers. He attained the kind of nirvana, and initially he started the protest against the Forest Act. Why this Forest Act was protested? Because of in this Forest Act, the tribals were prevented to use the forest produce, and further they were prevented from practicing the Podu or the shifting agriculture, because British was having the intent to use the forest produce to fire its industrial revolution and the use in the manufacturing of trains and other infrastructure. So that's why they have prevented the forest dwellers and tribals from utilizing and exploiting the forest produce, and this was protested, resented by the tribals, and the lead was taken by the Alluri Sitaraman Raju was taken the lead. Further, in the 1922, when there was he started the Rampa rebellion, and this Rampa rebellion coincided with the non-cooperation movement, and when it was coincided with the non-cooperation movement, even he was influenced by the Gandhian idea of kind of non-cooperation. He wanted the tribals to abstain from the consumption of alcoholism, upholding the morals, but he was against the aspect of non-violence as a way to free India from the British rule. He was of the opinion that that armed struggle is the only opinion or is the only option before us for freeing the India from the British rule. So the answer is A, Alluri Sitaraman Raju. You do read more about him. From the purpose of examination, you can always see that what was the name of the leader and how he contributed in that particular part. So our last question here, the question number 86 is the last question we have for history, and the question number 86 also a statement has been given here. So he was a political leader and an ideologue who founded the political philosophy of integral humanism. He wrote a number of books including Samrat Chandragupta, Jagat Guru Sankaracharya, Political Diaries, Integral Humanism, very important aspect, Ekat Manavvad, and analysis of 5-year plans in India. He teamed up with Shyama Prasad Mukherjee in 1950 after the latter resigned from the JL Nehru cabinet following the Nehru-Liaquat Pact. So this statement relates to Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay because he was the founder of this integral humanism. He wrote this book, Samrat Chandragupta, and he was very famous for his ideology of integral humanism. What is integral humanism? Integral means which is an important part. So humanism, according to this ideology, shall be seen in the context of advancement of human in the terms of that body, mind, intellect and soul of human are one, and any materialistic advancement in terms of modernity shall take human as a central concept. He was also of the opinion that the Marxism and the socialism which is influencing the world at that moment of time is against the idea of India, or is not suitable for the natives or the Indians. Why? Because the ideas of Marxism, capitalism or socialism have an origin from the Industrial Revolution. The kind of prosperity which the Britishers were getting has an origin from the Industrial Revolution. And this Industrial Revolution has segmented the development prospect of human. It is taking the development of human different from the development of human as a individual. Okay? It is not factoring in the concept of integral humanism. Okay? For example, if you are exploiting the nature or the environment, so your enjoyment and the exploitation can give you a short-term pleasure or the benefit, but in the larger concept, in the larger context, when you will see that the same environment is, if it's being degraded, it will harm you. And according to him, all the development aspects shall consider the humanism, that it shall not harm one or the other. And the concept of integral humanism, you will find the relevance in the modern society in terms of culture of consumption, in terms of the culture of environment protection, or the achievement of the goals of SDG goals. So this integral humanism, which was given by the Shyama Prasad by Deen Dayal Upadhyay, that human being is at the core position of all the social, economic and political development. That is the integral humanism. So this is the end of this discussion for the history, and the next faculty in line is the Sri Krishna Gupta, who will be taking the discussion of geography. So see you, take care.
My God.
Hello everyone. So this is All India Open Mock Test 9 for prelims. Okay. So here we will be looking at the subject of geography. So geography plays a very important role as per the UPSC Prelims Examination. So we will be looking at some of the questions which have come in the today's examination as respect of the PT test. Okay, friends. So first question here will be today looking at as per the subject of geography. That is the question number 11. Okay, you can come to the question number 11 here. So this question we can see it is talking about the sedimentary cycle or the nutrient cycles basically. So nutrient cycle is a cycle where various types of nutrients they are found naturally in nature. Okay, they are found naturally in nature. So there are few of the cycles which are kind of a gaseous cycle. Okay, for example, here we have options of phosphorus cycle, carbon cycle, sulfur cycle, nitrogen cycle, and oxygen cycle. So the question is specifically talking about the sedimentary cycle here. So in sedimentary part we can see there are some nutrients which are in the form of gaseous cycle and some of the nutrients they are present in the form of sedimentary cycle, that is they are present in the form of layers. And these layers we can see they are majorly found in the beneath the surface of ocean. Okay, they are majorly found over the continental shelf and continental slope. So we can see the carbon cycle, it is a kind of a gaseous cycle. Okay, the nitrogen cycle, it is also a gaseous cycle. Oxygen cycle, it is also a gaseous cycle. But phosphorus and sulfur, they are majorly part of the sedimentary cycle, because when we are applying this we can say phosphorus and sulfur into the system, okay, into the agricultural system, through the surface runoff, through the surface runoff, they get deposited in the shelf. Okay, they get mixed into the river first, then through this river stream they go towards the ocean, they get mixed in the ocean, and in oceans they are deposited over the layers. After that, when the same layer it comes above the surface of earth in the form of either continental building process or the mountain building process, or we also call them as the aperogenic process or orogenic process. So through this process we can see the phosphorus and the sulfur they come above the surface of the earth, and these minerals they are then mined. So the correct answer for this question here, that is the select the correct answer using the code given below, that is A2 only. Okay, that is A2 only is the correct answer for this question. So this was question number 1 with respect to geography subject. Now next question here we have, that is question number 12. Okay, question number 12 we are talking about, consider the following statements regarding the displacement amplitude, displacement seismic amplitude ratio, which is also called as DSAR. Now this displacement seismic amplitude ratio, it is basically the measurement of the amplitude of fluid which is displaced from its actual position. Okay, which is displayed from its actual position during the times of earthquake or during the times of volcanic eruption, because volcanic eruption it also leads to the earthquake at those zones. So here we say the displacement seismic amplitude ratio, it is basically measured during the earthquakes. So the statement 1 here we can see it is DSAR is the ratio of activity of fluids at the volcano surface at the volcano surface to those several hundred meters deep. Okay, so here if we see a volcano, okay, a volcanic eruption, it can be either taking place in the form of volcanic mountain or it can either take place in the form of lava flow, or it can also take place in the form of geysers, okay, sometimes in the form of geysers also. So we see that when there is volcano present, so we also take the amplitude of displacement, okay, towards the several hundred meters deep. Now if we look at the technicality of this question, so this statement 1 is a correct statement as per, okay, because it is the ratio of activity of fluids at the volcano surface to those of hundreds of meters deep inside. Now what about statement 2? When there is an increase in DSAR, okay, that is displacement seismic amplitude ratio, the surface fluid moves rapidly as compared to fluid deep into the surface. Now if we analyze this topic here, so as we go towards the depth of the volcano, okay, as we go towards the depth of the volcanic activity from where the volcanic eruption is taking place, so as we move downwards, we see that the movement of the fluids that is taking place towards the more depth part, okay, towards the more deeper part, here there will be increase when there is more activity towards the lower part. But if there is more activity, okay, more activity towards the surface part, then this it will DSAR, it will decrease. So we see that when the activity is more taking towards the deeper part, so it will increase, and when the activity is more towards the surface part, then it will decrease. Thus statement 2 here we see that it is an incorrect statement, and statement 1 is an incorrect, it is a correct statement. Thus the correct answer for this question we have here, that is option D, that is statement 1 is correct but statement 2 is incorrect. Okay, we see that statement 1 is the correct statement and statement 2 is an incorrect statement here. Okay, so this was the second question. Moving forward with the third question, we have question number 13. Question number 13, quite important question. This question is taken from the geological time scale. Okay, very important as per the aspect of prelims examination, because previously a few questions have been asked from this topic. So looking at the question here, consider the following pairs about the major events of different geological time scale. Okay, of the different geological time scale. So here we are talking about period, eons and epoch. Okay, and the major events which have taken place during those time. Now looking at the options here, we have first pair as supernova and the origin of sun. Statement 2 is Triassic and the extinction of dinosaurs. Statement 3 is Cambrian and terrestrial life emergence. Statement 4 is Proterozoic and presence of blue-green algae. So if we analyze this topic here, or we analyze this pairs, so we see that when there was a supernova explosion has taken place, okay, when the supernova explosion has taken place, after that, with that explosion, there was a tremendous heat has occurred. Tremendous heat has occurred. Before that, there was the accumulation of gases into a single point, okay, into a major point which was concentrated. So because of high temperature and pressure, there was a supernova explosion, and because of this explosion, after this explosion, the temperature rose. It was millions of degrees Celsius. Thus, it resulted into the origin of the sun. So pair 1 is a correct pair. Pair 2 will be looking at the Triassic period and the extinction of dinosaurs. So in this topic, we'll be looking at, in this pair, that during the Triassic period, there was a meteor which has impacted, or which has impacted to the surface of earth, because of which there was a very devastating volcanic eruption. First thing, there was a devastating earthquake, then it also resulted into the tsunami tides, and it engulfed the major, almost we can say 80 to 85% of the species which were living on the surface of earth and also into the oceans. So it resulted into the extinction of dinosaurs into those period. Now about Cambrian period. Cambrian period we'll be looking at, it is about more than between 400 to 450 million years ago. Okay, 400 to 450. So during this time period, that is Cambrian, we see that the life was still present inside the ocean. Okay, the life was still present inside the ocean, but the life was now not present on the surface of Earth. Therefore, the terrestrial life during this time period, it was absent. So when did the terrestrial life emerge on the surface of Earth? Okay, it was majorly happened during the Silurian period. It happened during the Silurian period and it was not the Cambrian period. Okay, now therefore this statement becomes an incorrect statement here. Now about statement 4, the Proterozoic period. Okay, here the presence of blue-green algae was present. Okay, so this was we will be looking at the Proterozoic period. It was a kind of time period which was just near the Cambrian period. Okay, it was more coinciding with the Cambrian period, and during the same time period there was presence of blue-green algae. Thus, analyzing this question, we'll be looking at statement 1, 2 and 4 is incorrect statement and statement 3 is an incorrect statement or incorrect pair. Therefore, the correct answer for this question is C, that is only 3. Now, moving to the next question. Next question we have with respect to the Himalayas. Okay, so Himalayas are an important part, an important topic with respect to the we say the physiography of India. Okay, the topographical feature, it is an important topographical feature which results into the various controlling factors or limiting factors with respect to the we can say Indian subcontinent, be it in the terms of security, be it in the terms of passing of monsoon winds, be it in the terms of we say the incursion of the Siberian cold winds into the Indian subcontinent. So Himalayan regions or Himalayan mountains, they stop those winds. So Himalaya play a quite important role with respect to the physiography of India. So first statement here we see. So question is, consider the following statements regarding the division of Himalayas. So we see that Himalayas, we have Trans Himalayas, okay, then we have the Greater Himalayas, then we have we say Lesser Himalayas, then Shivaliks. So the question here is, statement 1, the Himadri is the most discontinuous range of Himalayas which has the loftiest peak and are perennially covered with snow. Okay, so if we analyze this statement properly, so Himadri, we can say it is the part of the we can say it is part of the major Himalayas or greater Himalayas. So Himadri is not most discontinuous, but it is the most continuous ranges. It is the most continuous range of Himalayas which have the loftiest peak and are perennially covered in snow. So if we look at some of the mountain ranges which are present on this Himadri ranges, so those are Annapurna, okay, Mount K2, Mount Everest, okay, etc, etc. So those are the major mountains which are present on Himadri, and their altitude we see that it is almost between 7,000 to 8,000 meters. Therefore, they are perennially covered with snow because of their altitudinal variation. Thus, the statement 1 is an incorrect statement here. Wow. Next, we'll be looking at the statement 2. Statement 2 is, the Pir Panjal range is the largest range of the lower Himalayas and runs from the southeast to west northwest direction. So about the Pir Panjal ranges, they are majorly part of the lesser Himalayas. Okay, so this statement here we can say it is correct. Lesser Himalayas or lower Himalayas, both are the same things. Then it runs from the southeast direction. Southeast we can say this is south and this is east. So this is southeast and towards we can say north and west. So this is northwest direction. Thus we can see this is the direction of the Pir Panjal ranges. So if we look at the Pir Panjal ranges which is present towards the southern part of the greater Himalayas, so their direction is like this here. Okay, their direction is like this, and between this Pir Panjal ranges and the greater Himalayas there is presence of Kashmir Valley. Therefore, this statement here, it becomes a correct statement as per this question. So that is perpendicular range. Third question or third statement here we have the singular pass or Ranrangla Pass and Marble Pass. So these are some of the passes of the Ladakh ranges. Okay, Ladakh ranges. If you look at the map, if you look at the Oxford map or the map of India, which is present in the NCRT, so we'll be looking at these passes. They are not present in the Ladakh ranges, but these are the passes which are present in the Zanskar range. These are the passes which are present in Zanskar range. A few passes of the Ladakh ranges we can see. It is the, we can say, Khardungla Pass. Okay, Khardungla Pass. It is present in the Ladakh ranges. Thus, statement 3 also becomes an incorrect statement. Now, what the question is demanding here, we'll be looking at which of the statement is incorrect. Which of the statement given above is incorrect. Thus, we see that the statement 1 and 3 is incorrect. Therefore, statement 3 becomes the correct answer for our question today, or the correct answer for this question, that is question number 14. Now, moving to the next question of today, that is question number 15. So we see here, question number 15 is asking about which of the following are correct regarding the Dvorak technique. Okay, Dvorak technique, basically we'll be looking at statement 1. It is a statistical tool. Okay, it is a statistical tool for forecasting the events of cloudburst in the Himalayas. Okay, for forecasting the cloudburst in Himalayas. Statement 2 is, in this technique, the available satellite images it obtained from polar orbiting satellites are used to examine the features of the developing tropical storms. So this is statement 2. Now, looking at both the statement, the Dvorak technique is a technique, okay, which is used for the development of tropical cyclones. Okay, it is basically a technique which is used to detect the development or the we can say the extinguishing of the tropical cyclone. Thus, the statement 1, which is statistical tool, which is talking about the cloudburst, it is an incorrect option here. So this statement here or statement 1 becomes an incorrect statement, and statement 1 becomes incorrect here. Okay, what about statement 2? In this technique, the available satellite images obtained from polar orbiting satellites are used to examine the features of developing tropical cyclone. So we see that the statement 2 here is a correct statement. Okay, it is the correct statement here. So we see that here that the Dvorak technique, basically it indirectly measures the various kind of the pressure system. Okay, the temperature of the sea surface, temperature of the sea. Okay, it also detects the kind of the vertical shear which is present on that region. So with the help of this technique, we see the statement here statement 2 becomes an correct statement here. Thus, the correct answer for this question, it becomes 2 only. Okay, now moving to the next question, we have question number 16. We have question number 16 here. So question number 16 is, how many of the following statements about the weather phenomena is or are correct? How many of the weather phenomena here is or are correct? So we see that the straight winds, okay, the straight line winds are thunderstorm winds which form in a warm weather conditions. So straight line winds, if we see the thunderstorms are basically present in a region which is warm, okay, which is warm, and there is a sudden rise in temperature, because of which there is a movement of wind very fast. There is updraft and downdraft of winds. There is updraft and downdraft of winds, because of which there is formation of very large clouds, okay, very large cumulonimbus clouds, And in these clouds, we see that there is formation of charges. There is formation of positive and negative electrically charged particles are present here, due to which there is lightning. So here we see that the straight line winds are thunderstorm which form in an warm weather conditions. So statement 1 is a correct statement here. What about statement 2? The derecho is a windstorm that travels in a straight line and is caused by gust front of an approaching thunderstorms. Okay, gust front of a approaching thunderstorm. So this statement also we see that it is a correct statement here. Basically, derecho is a kind of a we can say a storm. It is a classification of thunderstorm where there is the moment of wind is 250 kilometers per hour or more. Okay, when this condition is available, when this condition is present, we see that the thunderstorm thunderstorm is also classified as the derecho. Is a windstorm that travels in a straight line and is caused by the gust front. Okay, we are now seeing the second point here, that is gust front of an approaching thunderstorm. Now what is gust front? Gust front is basically the fast movement of wind. Okay, the rapid movement of wind. This rapid movement of wind, it is caused because of the sudden drop in pressure or sudden rise in pressure. So this gust front, we see that for derecho it is almost 58 miles per hour. There is sudden movement of wind. Okay, sudden increase in the movement of wind, which is almost about 58 miles per hour. And this sudden rise or increase in the wind speed, it takes place just in 20 seconds. It takes place in 20 seconds, thus making the statement 2 also a correct statement here. What about statement 3? Statement 3, we see that sometimes severe thunderstorms result in a green sky due to light interacting with the huge amount of water they hold. Okay, so sometimes severe thunderstorms, they result in a green sky. Why this green sky is happening? Because as we have seen that in this process there is lightning is taking place, and when the lightning is taking place, there is refraction of light. Okay, here the phenomenon of refraction of light. This refraction of light, it results into the changing of the color of sky, because of which sometimes the color of sky changes and it becomes green due to the light interacting with the huge amount of water they hold. So this is also a correct statement here. So we see that the statement 3 also a correct statement. Therefore, the correct answer for the question number 16, it is D, all 3. Okay, it is D, all 3. Now, moving to the next question. We have question number 17. So what about question number 17? Question number 17, it is talking about the different kind of subtropical high pressure system. It is talking about subtropical high pressure system. So we see that the statement here 17, it is saying it is a subtropical high pressure system. Okay, it is a subtropical high pressure system that extend over eastern subtropical, North Atlantic and Western Europe. North Atlantic and Western Europe. So here if we see that at the part of Earth, so we are normally talking about the temperate zone. We are talking about the temperate zone. So what we see here, it is the tropical or eastern subtropical, northern Atlantic and Western Europe during winter. Okay, we are talking about winter season. It is associated with anticyclonic winds in the subtropical North Atlantic. Okay, now we have the specific condition that is present between Europe and North America. Okay, so we are talking about this zone. I am highlighting here this zone. It is present between North America and Europe. So it is formed by the dry air aloft descending the subtropics. Now, if we look at the wind pressure system, so we have first 3 cells here, or 3 meridional cell circulation. First cell we call it as the Hadley cell. So this is Hadley cell. Okay, here the air, it rises from equator region and it moves up to 30-degree latitude and it descends. Okay, now there is another cell which is called as the Ferrel cell. Ferrel cell is basically present in the temperate region. Now in this zone where the air is descending, we see that there is high pressure system is formed because air is descending from the we can say higher altitude, and because of the descendance of air there is high pressure system is formed towards the lower altitude. Now the research have showed that its expansion is driven by external climate forces, and that the only external forcing that produces this signal in the industrial area is atmospheric greenhouse gas concentrations. So what we see in this time, that during the winter season, that because of the increased fog or industrial pollution, this zone of high pressure system, it expands. Okay, the zone of high pressure system, it expands from its normal area. Thus we see the question is, which of the following phenomena is described in the above passage? So if we look at the options which are provided here, so first option is Hadley circulation. Hadley circulation, we see that it is present here. It is the rising or the ascending of air because of the low pressure system present in the equatorial region. So option is an incorrect option. We see that option C is Ferrel cell. Ferrel cell we have also seen, it is present in the mid latitudes, it is present in the temperate region. So this region we see that here the descendance of air is taking place, but this is also not the phenomena. Option C is the Aleutian low. Aleutian low, we see that it is the low pressure system which is present towards the Aleutian region. Okay, so this is, we can see, it is present towards the polar region. Therefore the option D is also an incorrect option. Therefore we see the Azores high, it is the correct answer for this question here. This region, it is significant or it is classified as the Azores high zone. In this region there is subsidence of air, because of which a high pressure system is present in this region, where the weather is calm and cool throughout the year. Okay, where the high pressure system is present, the weather will be calm and cool throughout the region. Therefore we see that because of the industrial region, because of the industrial activities and increased pollution and the pressure and the presence of the high pressure zone, this region, it expands. Okay, it expands during the winter season. Therefore the correct answer for question number 17 is option B. Now moving towards the next question, that is question number 18. Now question number 18 is talking about the nuclear energy and reserves in India. So question is, which of the following statements about nuclear energy and reserves in India is incorrect? Okay, so we need to identify the incorrect options here. So statement 1 is, the nuclear energy or nuclear power is the 5th largest source of electricity for India and contributes about 3% of the total electricity generation. If we look at this option here, so this is an correct option. Why? Because nuclear energy is the 5th largest source of electricity. The larger one are, first is coal. Okay, coal is the largest contributor to the electricity production in India, which is currently around almost 40%. It is almost 40%. The next is, we see that there is petroleum and other sources, natural gas. Then we have solar, then we have hydel, then we have wind. Okay, after wind we have nuclear power, which is contributing to about 3%. Now about statement B, the world's first thorium based nuclear power plant, that is Bhavni, okay, that is Bhavni, is being set up at Tarapur, Maharashtra. If we look at this statement here, so this is a current affair question basically. It is Bhavi, that is the first thorium based nuclear power plant, but it is not being set up in Tarapur, but it is being set up in Kalpakkam in Tamil Nadu. It is being set up in Kalpakkam in Tamil Nadu. The statement 2 becomes an incorrect statement here. Looking at statement 3, uranium deposits occur in the Dharwar rocks. Okay, so this is a correct option because Dharwar rocks which are present towards the Karnataka region. Okay, so here we have also found some of the deposition of uranium. Then option D, thorium is mainly obtained from monazite and ilmenite in the beach of sands. So we see that the beach region of the coastal region of Kerala, there we found thorium which is mainly found in the monazite. Okay, so therefore option D is also correct option. Therefore for option question number 18, the correct option or the incorrect option, we see that it is question number, that is option B. That is the, we have to tick here, that is the incorrect option, and we have to tick this option here. Now moving to the next question, that is question number 19. Which of the following statements is or are correct? Okay, which of the following statement is or are correct here? So this question here, it is talking about the demography of India. It is talking about the population of India, the population distribution of India. So currently we see that the population of India, it has almost reached to 1.4 billion and above. It is almost surpassed the population of China. Okay, so we see the statement 1 as the demographic transition theory. Okay, the demographic transition theory is a generalized description of the changing pattern of mortality, fertility and growth rate, okay, as societies move from one demographic region to another. Now if I want to explain this part here, okay, if I want to explain this, so we see here three three regions here. Basically it is 4 to 5 right now, but I am explaining in a short time here. If we see towards the increase or towards the initial phase of the demographic transition, here the mortality rate, also the fertility rate, it is high. The mortality rate is high and the fertility rate is high here. So because of which we see here, the child mortality rate is also quite high, but the number of children per female, it is also quite high. Therefore, here we see that it is this region, it is coming in this part. But as we move towards the development, as the development of society take place, the development of income is increased, the income is increased, the healthcare infrastructure is developed. Also there is other things like education, then female education, then there are other services to females, like we see that the medical things, okay, they are provided. Therefore the mortality rate, okay, mortality rate of children, it declines sharply. But the fertility rate, it is also quite high in this region. But the fertility rate is also quite high. But after one time, after a condition, we see that the fertility rate also starts to declining after one point of time. The fertility rate here, it starts to declining when the society is now quite more developed. Okay, so this is the third transition phase. This basically takes place in this region. Now in the third phase, the mortality rate, it almost becomes stagnant. Now here the fertility rate is declining, as it has taken place in the last 20 to 30 years in India, that the fertility rate is declined, and currently the total fertility rate is almost 2.0. Okay, it is 2.0, which is below the TFR, that is total fertility ratio. Now in this section we see that the mortality rate has declined and also the fertility rate has declined. So after this point, or after this stage, in this stage, we see that the population or the overall population of a country, it starts to declining. Now we see that the statement 1 is a correct statement here. Now statement 2, the total fertility rate of a population is the average number of children that are born to a woman over her lifetime, if they were to experience the exact current age specific fertility rates through their lifetime, and they were to live from birth until the end of their reproductive life. So we see that the fertility age of women, it almost starts from 14 years of age and it ends at around 48 or 49 years of age. So this is a period between which the fertility rate of women can be determined. Therefore, we see that the age specific fertility rates, okay, the age specific fertility rate which is lying between this age ratio. Thus the statement 2 also becomes a correct statement because the total fertility rate, it is defining the conditions provided here. Thus we see the statement C, that is both 1 and 2 are the correct statement for this question number 19. Moving to the next question. We have question number 20. Okay, so question number 20 is talking about the soils of India. India is having varied kind of soils because of varied regions. For example, climatic factors, okay, then parent rock conditions, then we see that the temperature, precipitation, they determine the kind of soil which is present in India. So looking at the statements, consider the following statements regarding the soils of India. So statement 1 is the black soil is rich in calcium carbonate. Okay, black soil, we see that it is having high content of clay. It is having high content of clay. If the clay is high, then the calcium carbonate will be high in those kind of soils. Therefore, next is potash, it is also high. Lime, okay, it is also high. And magnesium carbonate, it is also high. But this soil, it is quite poor in phosphorus content. It is quite poor in phosphorus content. Not only this soil, but the majority of the soils in India, okay, not only black soil, but also laterite soil, red and yellow soil, okay. Then we have red soil, then mountain soils, then muddy soils. These are the soils which are it is arid soils and desert soils. All these soils are lacking phosphorus content. The statement 1 is the correct statement here. Now next is laterite soil is found in those regions of the country which receive heavy rainfall with an alternate dry and wet period. Looking at this option, we see that the laterite soil are majorly found in the regions of India which are having which are receiving rainfall in the range of 200 to 250 centimeter, and this is basically possible in the regions of western flank or western side of the Western Ghats. It is present in Western Ghats, okay. Then we see that the region of northeastern India, okay, Manipur Plateau and some part of Assam. So this region, it is covered by the laterite soil. Why? Because here the precipitation, it is in the range of 200 to 250 centimeter. So this is the range of precipitation which defines the presence of the laterite soil, and this is majorly, the precipitation is majorly received during the southwest monsoon season. It is majorly received in the southwest monsoon season, and this southwest monsoon, it has alternate dry and wet period, okay, it has alternate dry and wet period. Therefore the statement 2, it is a correct statement. Therefore statement 2 is a correct statement, and the correct answer for this question is C, that is both 1 and 2. Okay, now moving to the next question, we have question number 17. So let me just slide it to the question number 71. Okay, so next question we have here about the mangroves. Mangroves are basically the kind of plant, okay, they are kind of trees which are submerged in the water, okay, they are found in the coastal regions, they are found in the intertidal zones. Therefore the question is, how many of the rivers, estuaries have mangrove stretches? So we see that this is the map of India, okay, this is the peninsular part. So this is Krishna, this is Godavari, okay, this is Krishna Godavari. Here we have Mahanadi, and here we have Narmada, okay, here we have Narmada. This is Krishna Godavari and Mahanadi. So we see that the mangroves is found in almost all the rivers. It is found in all the rivers because they are found in the intertidal zones. They are found in intertidal tidal zones. Thus, the correct answer for this question is D, all the four. Okay, it is D, all the four here. It is D, all the four. Now, next question here we have question number 72. Which of the following statement is or are correct regarding the smog? Okay, smog, we see that it is a kind of pollution of air. It is the air pollution which is combined with the fog, which is combined with fog and which results into the we see that the density of air here it increases. Okay, the density of air increases and the pollution or the pollutant component in this smog it increases. So statement 1 is the classical smog or reducing smog occurs in warm dry climate. Okay, it results in the warm dry climate. Statement 2 is photochemical smog results from the action of sunlight on unsaturated hydrocarbons and nitrogen oxides produced by automobile and factories. Okay, statement 3 is the smog formation relies on secondary pollutants only. So if we analyze this statement here, or we analyze this question here, so we see that the classical smog or reducing smog occurs in not in warm but in cool dry climate. If we see the condition of Delhi right now, it is also containing smog, and it is responsible for the increased AQI levels, which is almost ranging from 450 to 700 AQI levels. Therefore, the statement 1 is an incorrect statement. We see that statement 2 is an correct statement because the photochemical smog results from the sunlight on the unsaturated hydrocarbons and nitrogen oxides, which are majorly produced by the vehicles. Okay. Statement 3, we see that it is an incorrect statement. Why? Because not only the secondary pollutants but also the primary pollutants are responsible for the formation of smog. Therefore, we see that the correct answer for the question number 72, it is option B. Option B is the correct answer for this question. Now, moving to the next question, we have question number 73. So here we see that it is talking about the cold weather season in India. So cold weather season, we see it is basically starting from October, November up to the February, March region. Okay, so this is the time duration for the cold weather season in India. So statement 1 is during this season the northwest trade winds it prevail over the country. Okay, northwest trade winds it prevail over the country. Statement 2 is the peninsular India it experiences the effect of cyclonic disturbances originated over the Mediterranean Sea. Statement 3 is the locally known rainfall, that is Mahavat, in this season support the Rabi crops. If we look at these conditions here, if we look at the statements, we see that the correct answer here, we are looking at the correct answer. So we see that only one statement is correct here. Why? Because we see statement 1, during this season, that is the cold weather season, the northwest trade winds it prevail over the country. Okay, northwest trade winds. Why? Here we see it is not the northwest, but it is the, we see that it is southwest. Okay, it is present, southwest trade winds they are present towards the majorly in the part of summer season, and during the winter season it is the northeast trade winds. It is the northeast trade winds which are prevailing over the country. Therefore, the statement 1 is an incorrect statement. What about statement 2? The peninsular India experiences the effect of cyclonic disturbances originated over the Mediterranean Sea. So we see that the peninsular India here, it is not experiencing the cyclonic disturbances, but it is the northern India. Okay, it is the northern India. Northern India. So in this part we see the region of Punjab, Haryana, okay, Punjab, Haryana, okay, the part of Uttar Pradesh, Western Uttar Pradesh, it is experiencing this cyclonic disturbances which are originated from the Mediterranean Sea. Now, next is the locally known as rainfall Mahavat. In this season, it supports the Rabi crops. So here we see that this is the correct answer here. This is the correct answer because the locally known rainfall winds, that is Mahavat, it is this cyclonic winds or cyclonic disturbances which are coming from the Mediterranean Sea. It is also called as Mahavat. Okay. Now, if we look at the statement 1 also, okay, so we see that sometimes the movement of winds, it is classified as northwest. Okay, it is northwest. Therefore, the statement 1 is correct answer, statement 2 is incorrect, and statement 3 is correct. Therefore, the correct answer for question number 73, it is B, only 2. Okay, it is B, only 2. Okay, now moving to the next question, that is question number 74. Okay, the correct answer for this question is A only. Okay, the statement 1 is incorrect, statement 2 is also incorrect, and statement 3 is the correct answer here. Now, next question we have question number 74. So question number 74, it is talking about the various hydroelectric projects in India and also the river power plants in India. So the first power plant, we have to basically match the following here. We have to create a map. So the match here, it is Napta Jhakri, where this Napta Jhakri is present. Okay, if we look at the map of India, it is present on the Satluj river. Okay, next is Tehri Dam, where it is present. The Tehri Dam is present in Bhagirathi. Bali Mela, where the Bali Mela is present, it is present in Sileru river. Next is Salal. Salal is present in Chenab. Therefore, we see that this match is present in option number. It is present in option number D. Okay, it is present in option D. Therefore, the correct answer for this question is option D. Now, next question we have about the northern plains of India. About the northern plains of India. So given below are the belts of northern plains. Which of the following are correctly matched? Okay. So we see that towards the lower part of Himalayas, okay, we have different layers, that is Bhabar, Kankar, Khadar and Bhagar. So the first option is the marshy and swampy region streams re-emerge from this belt after reaching to the plain. So this is an incorrect option. Why? Because in Bhabar there is submergence. Okay, there is submergence of this water and the river water, it almost disappears. Therefore the statement 1 is incorrect. Statement 2, Kankar, it is calcareous deposits, therefore correct option. Then statement 3, that is Khadar, it is the younger deposits found, it is also a correct option. Then Bangar, it is older alluvium, which is also correct option. Therefore the correct answer for this question, it is 2 and 3 only. Okay, incorrectly matched it is asking for. So it is D1 only. D1 only is the incorrect option. Rest of the options are correct options here. Now, next question is about the cold weather currents in India or the cold weather currents over the world. So here we see that which of the following are the cold water currents? Cold water currents, they are quite in number. Okay, various number are present over the world. So the options here we see Labrador current. Labrador current, where it is present? It is present over the North America. It is present in North America. Then next is Benguela current. Benguela current, it is majorly present towards the southern part of Africa. Then Falkland current. Falkland current is present in, it is also called as Peru current, present in South America. Next is Kuroshio current. Kuroshio current, it is an incorrect option here because the cold current which is present towards the northern part of Asia, it is Oroshio. Oroshio current, which is the correct option. Therefore, we see the cold currents here, that is 1, 2 and 3, that is B is the correct answer for this question. Now, moving to the next question, we have question number 77. So this question number 77, it basically talks about the South China Sea. South China Sea, a very important region. It is the geopolitical region of the current time. So the South China Sea, known for its contested sovereignty and strategic importance due to its location, because here the countries like China, Philippines, okay, Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, all these countries are the stakeholders, and they have their specific exclusive economic zones where they can do mining activities and fishing activities. So is located inside the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines and is coveted for its fish stock and have haven for vessels during the storm. So here we are specifically talking about the exclusive economic zones of the Philippine country. So what are the options provided here? Parcel Islands, Scarborough Shoals, Spratly Islands and Hainan Islands. So the correct answer for this question is the Scarborough Shoals. These Scarborough Shoals, they are exclusively present inside the exclusive economic zones of the Philippine island. Rest of the islands we can see they are present towards the disputed exclusive economic zones between the stakeholder countries. Okay, so these were the options. These were the we can say the options which were present with respect to the subject of geography. So thank you guys. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Viraj and we'll start with the discussion of polity questions. Before that, I really appreciate your efforts of writing this All India mock, and I hope you will continue to do so. It will help you to enhance your test writing abilities, which will ultimately be of assistance to you on the day of prelims examination. Chalo, let us start with polity questions. Polity questions का शुरुआत होता है क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 से. Let us see question number 1 first. Let us see question number 1. One more thing, please let your friends also know about this particular mock test. Dekho, in UPSC, knowledge is shared. Alright, so if someone will know about a good thing and benefit from it, it will ultimately not result in you losing something. Chalo, let us start with question number 1. Okay, what's question number 1 and what's the answer for it? Consider the following statements regarding nominated members of Rajya Sabha. Alright, so Rajya Sabha basically has elected members and nominated members. Here they are asking us about nominated members. Alright, the first statement is the constitution allows the president to nominate eminent persons who belong to the field of literature, science, art and social service. Exactly. Okay, yes, article 80 talks about it. You don't need to remember article. UPSC will not ask it, but the provision is right. Alright, provision is right. President can nominate 12 members from the field of literature, science, art and social services. Okay. Nominated members, second statement is nominated member of Rajya Sabha enjoy all the powers and privileges to which elected MPs are entitled. Obviously, no doubt about it. Nominated members enjoy all the powers and privileges including the right to become a minister or even the prime minister. ठीक है, nominated members के ऊपर कोई बंदिश नहीं है. They have all the powers and privileges that otherwise also an elected member of Rajya Sabha will have. So first statement is correct, second is correct. Our answer therefore is C, both 1 and 2. Moving to question number 2. Now this kind of questions are a bit tricky. No problem, we'll get over them, don't worry. Second question. Assertion, preventive detention is also referred to as administrative detention. Yes, it is referred to administrative detention. Dekho, with respect to punitive detention is when you are kept in detention after a crime has been committed. Alright, so that has to be okayed by a magistrate. You can be arrested and then what can happen is, and what has to happen is, the police has to produce you before the magistrate in 24 hours. So your detention is basically okayed by, whom? It is okayed by a judicial magistrate. With respect to preventive detention, there is no need for it. Alright, with respect to preventive detention, once you are taken in custody, there is actually no need of producing you before the magistrate in 24 hours. It basically depends upon police or in the investigating authority. Alright, so preventive detention does not require approval from judicial magistrate. It requires approval. Your detention requires approval from the executives, that is police or any other investigating agency. So in that case, the first statement is correct. Second statement or the reason, let us see the reasoning statement. Preventive detention is directed by executive and decision making authority lies exclusively with administrative and managerial authority. That is what we were discussing. Alright, so judiciary does not play a part in it, and hence it is not a judicial decision, it's an administrative decision or executive decision. Alright, hence it is an executive detention rather than judicial detention. So first statement is correct or assertion is correct, and reasoning is actually the logic behind the assertion. So first statement is correct, assertion is correct, and reason wala statement jo hai, it gives logic to the statement. Hence what we'll mark A is the right answer. Both A and R are correct, and R is the correct explanation of A. Alright. Moving on to question number 3. Question number 3. Consider the following statements regarding registered unrecognized political parties. Alright, statement 1 in this is any party seeking registration has to submit an application within a period of 30 days following the date of its formation. Yes, absolutely. According to Representative of People's Act, first statement is absolutely correct. Second statement, registered unrecognized political parties are eligible to get free copies of electoral rolls, free authorization for broadcast. No, this cannot happen. There are so many, basic logic use karo na, use a basic logic. There are so many political parties in India. How can, just because you are registered, you will be provided with broadcasting time, take a free broadcasting time, or how can you be provided with free copies of electoral roll? That will not be possible. It will be too heavy of a burden on the treasury of government of India. And if you look at the statements here now, if you look at the options here, either statement A has to be right or statement B has to be right. Both cannot be wrong. Both can be right, but both cannot be wrong. So either statement 1 will be right or statement 2 will be right. Statement 2 is wrong by logic itself. Forget about constitutional or legal provisions. It is wrong by logic itself. Hence our answer will be statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is incorrect. Let us see that. Let us see if we have that option. We will have that option, obviously. That option is option C. Option C is the right option, therefore. Alright, so answer to question number 3 is C. Moving on to question number 4. Okay. Committee on estimates, 30 members estimate committee. Okay, 30 members. Members of estimate committee are selected from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. No, they are not selected from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. They are exclusively selected from Lok Sabha. ठीक है, तो first match is actually incorrect. Second match, committee on public undertaking, minister is not eligible for election to this committee. There is some printing mistake, ignore it. Minister is not eligible for election to this particular committee. Yes, minister cannot become the part of committee on public undertakings. All right, third match, public accounts committee consists of 15 Lok Sabha and 7 Rajya Sabha members. Yes, third match is correct. Business advisory committee, it is headed by speaker. Business advisory committee, rules committee are headed by speaker. So second, third and fourth matches are correct. How many of the pairs are correct? Only 3. So C will be our right answer. Oh, sorry. C will be our right answer. All right. Moving on to question number 5. Consider the following statements regarding anti-defection law. It provides exemption for disqualification of 1/3 of the members for it provides exemption from disqualification if 1/3 of the members form a separate group. No, this is not 1/3, this is 2/3. ठीक है, 1/3 नहीं है, 2/3 है. If 2/3 of the members from separate group, then they are not disqualified according to 10th schedule of the constitution. It does not penalize political parties for encouraging or accepting defecting legislature. No, it does not. This statement is correct. देखो, if I am member of party A, ठीक है, and I defect to party B, I will be punished. How? Under anti-defection law, my seat, my membership to the legislature will be cancelled. I will have to fight the election again if I want to continue as the member. But party B, in which I am going, it does not get any penalty. It basically does not get any penalty. So statement 2 is correct. Statement 3, the law provides a time frame within which presiding officer has to decide upon defection case. This statement is again wrong. ठीक है, there is no time frame. In fact, Supreme Court has been asking for it. With respect to the case of Maharashtra, Supreme Court has been consistently asking the speaker to come to the final decision on anti-defection within a certain time frame. ठीक है, within a certain frame time, which is not happening, which is basically not happening. So first statement is incorrect, third statement is incorrect, correct statement is 2. How many of the statements are correct? Only one statement is correct. The answer is A. Moving on to question number 6, one of the easy questions. Question number 6. Okay, consider the following pairs. Article 19, right to form cooperative societies. Yes, it is part of Article 19. Oh, sorry. It is part of Article 19. Second pair, Article 20, protection against arbitrary and excessive punishment. Yes, yes, ठीक है, you can only be arrested if the act that you have committed is crime according to law. All right, and also you cannot be punished twice. Double jeopardy, ठीक है, double jeopardy cannot be exercised on you. Article 21, right against custodial death. Yes, custodial death is considered to be against Article 21 of the Constitution, D.K. Basu versus State of West Bengal. All right, Supreme Court has held that. So all the three pairs are correctly matched. Hence our answer will be A, all three. A, all three. Question number 7. Question number 7. Election Commission of India is responsible for conducting elections to the office of which of the following? Vice President, yes. Parliamentary elections, yes. Elections to State Legislative Assembly and Council, yes. And presidential election, yes. All the four. All the four. Election Commission of India does not conduct elections of local bodies. All right, of Panchayati Raj institutions. For that, there is State Election Commission. There are State Election Commissions in respective states. Election Commission of India will take into consideration these elections. All right. So what will be the answer? 1, 2, 3 and 4. A will be the answer. Moving along to question number 8. Question number 8 देख लेते हैं. Okay. Consider the following statements. All autonomous district councils under 6th schedule of the Constitution have 30 members. All do not have 30 members. Most of them have 30 members. ठीक है, most of them have 30 members. All do not have 30 members. For example, Bodoland Territorial Council has 40 members. ठीक है, so here the word all basically is a villain. ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं. At present 10 states come under 5th schedule. At present 10 states come under 5th schedule areas. Yes, areas in 10th schedule in areas in basically 10 states are marked as 5th schedule areas. All right, so they come under 5th schedule. So second statement is correct. Third statement, the autonomous district council, the autonomous district councils have some legislative and administrative autonomy, but there is no scope for judicial autonomy for ADCs. This statement is wrong. ठीक है, ADCs, that is autonomous district councils, also have certain amount of legal power, ADCs also have a certain amount of judicial power. Alright, they do have certain amount of judicial power. So what we see is statement number 3 is wrong. Statement number 3 is basically wrong. Then we come to question number 9. Now we come to question number 9. Let us look at question number 9, my friends. Okay. Consider the following statements regarding local bodies. Regarding local bodies in India, minimum age for contesting elections to Panchayati Raj institutions is 25 years. It is not 25 years, it is 21 years. It is 21 years. All right. And for the purpose of Panchayati Raj elections, for the purpose of Gram Panchayat elections, your name has to appear in the voter list of that particular village. ठीक है. Second statement, municipal corporations, notified area committee and cantonment boards are types of urban local bodies. Absolutely. ठीक है. There are variety of urban local bodies. These three are amongst them. ठीक है. We also have nagar panchayats, we also have municipal councils. ठीक है. So there is a variety or diversity in urban local bodies and these three are amongst them. ठीक है. So here which statement is correct? 2 only is correct. ठीक है. चलो क्वेश्चन नंबर 10. Question number 10. Consider the following statements regarding lower judiciary. Consider the following statements regarding lower judiciary. All judges of lower judiciary up to the level of district magistrate are selected through provincial civil services exam. Absolutely. ठीक है. State services conduct exam. State services conduct exam for the purpose of appointment of judges of lower judiciary. हाँ, High Court is also involved in that, and recommendation ultimately to the governor goes from the High Court. That is a different thing. That is basically a different thing. Okay, district munsif is the lowest handling court of civil cases in the district. Yes. ठीक है. If you look at the hierarchy of the courts now and go through the hierarchy of the courts, please, from Supreme Court to the lower courts in India, now just have that map in your mind. District munsif is the lowest court of civil. District munsif is basically the lowest court when it comes to civil cases in a particular district. Third statement, chief judicial magistrate may pass sentence prescribed by law including death, life or term above 7 years. Absolutely not. इसका एकदम opposite है. ठीक है. Answer is quite opposite to statement number 3. A chief judicial magistrate cannot pass sentence which involves death, life imprisonment or imprisonment above 7 years. Alright, the third statement is absolutely wrong. Hence our correct answer is B. 2 only. Now let us now move on to next question, and that is question number 61. Let us go through question number 61. Okay. Okay. What we see here is question on office of profit. What we see here is a question on office of profit, question number 61. Let us go through it quickly. Okay. Consider the following statements regarding office of profit. It is a position that brings or has the potential to bring person holding it financial gain. Obviously, office of profit basically means if you are in that particular position, you are getting salary out of that office. Alright, you are basically getting salary out of that office. So first statement is correct. Second statement, there is no bar on how many offices can be exempted from the purview of law of office of profit. Absolutely. This statement is correct. देखो, वैसे तो you should not hold more than one office when you are part of the government. Alright. But it gives parliament the power. The law on office of profit gives parliament the power to exempt some offices from this particular situation. So I may be holding a particular office. I may be holding two offices in the government. But the thing is, parliament may have exempted one of those offices from being office of profit. ठीक है, from being office of profit, parliament may have mentioned that this particular office does not fall under the definition of office of profit, and hence in that situation I will be able to hold both the offices. There is no criteria as such. There is no criteria as such कि parliament किस office को office of profit की list से बाहर रखेगा. All right, that is on the decision taken by the parliament. That's it. All right, so second statement is correct. There is basically no bar and no definition as such. There is no criteria as such which office can be kept out of the term of office of profit. Third statement, the constitution clearly defines the term office of profit, which is a position that brings to the office holder some financial gain. No, this statement is wrong. Dekho, constitution mostly now when such question is asked, constitution clearly defines, the answer is no. All right, the answer is no, because constitution has not gone that deeply into defining many things. All right, it has not gone that deeper into defining many things. For example, untouchability. Constitution does not define untouchability. It just says that it shall be punishable by law. All right, तो ऐसा क्वेश्चन दिखेगा ना, most of the times the statement will be wrong. ऐसा statement दिखेगा, most of the times the statement will be wrong. तो first statement is correct, second is correct. How many statements are correct? C, 2. Okay, question number 62, my friends. Okay, consider the following statements regarding right against exploitation. According to International Labour Organization, forced labor is defined as all work or service which is extracted from any person under the threat of a penalty or for which the person has not offered himself or herself voluntarily. Basically speaking, ILO says forced labor is when you are pushed into a particular work without your will. That is what the statement says, na? Absolutely. This is what ILO has defined forced labor as. Second statement, Article 32 forbids all forms of exploitation and also makes bonded labor as well as human trafficking unconstitutional. Yes, both statements are correct, but in a way, na, second statement does not give the reason for the first statement. It does not. And because it does not, both statements are right, but in a way both statements are not connected to each other, or second statement does not give an explanation to the first statement. Hence we will choose option B to be the right answer. Question number 63. Question number 63. Consider the following statements. Any bill that relates to revenue or expenditure is financial bill, and money bill is specific type of financial bill. Absolutely, there are different types of financial bill. देखो, पहली बात तो financial bill means anything related to incoming of the money or outgoing of the money with respect to the government. All right, in that money bill specifically concerns with some aspects of finance. Financial bill is a broad funda. In that you have something called as money bill. So money bill is subset of finance bill. So first statement is absolutely correct. All right, first statement is absolutely correct. Let us look at the second statement. Chairman of Rajya Sabha presides over joint session of parliament in absence of Lok Sabha speaker. In absence of Lok Sabha speaker, joint sitting is chaired by deputy speaker. Okay, if deputy speaker is also not there, then deputy chairman Rajya Sabha, not chairman, deputy chairman Rajya Sabha. So second statement is not correct, first statement is correct, second is not correct. Third statement, a bill becomes an act of parliament from the date of president assent. Yes, president assent milne ke baad what happens is a bill becomes act of parliament. So first is correct, third statement is correct, hence our answer is C, only 2. Okay, moving on. Moving on to question number 64. In context of ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, consider the following statements regarding Black Sea Grain Initiative. This was an initiative which was taken quite recently. It was in current affairs. And please pay attention to current affairs. All right, please pay attention to current affairs, because the way in which questions are asked, now your deeper understanding of current affairs is required, and the connection that you build between current affairs and static syllabus is also required. If you want to get a better hold over it, you can refer to the magazines of GS Score. Okay, we do work really hard with respect to giving you that connection between static and current affairs wala part, and having a deeper analysis of current affairs from the point of view of UPSC examination. Okay, So first statement, it is a United Nations led initiative whose aim is to tackle the rising food price due to geopolitical conflict. Obviously, the war between Russia and Ukraine, what it basically did was it had basically pushed up the price of wheat. Right. So this initiative was to bring that price of wheat under control. Second statement, under this initiative, a joint coordination center will be set up comprising of all the permanent members of UNSC. No, UNSC के members इसमें नहीं है. Members of this joint coordination center are Russia, Turkey, Ukraine. ठीक है, Russia, Turkey and Ukraine. All right. So यहाँ पे first statement is right, second statement is not correct ना. So our answer will be, which of the statements are correct? A, only one. A, only one. Okay, moving on now to question number 65. 65 देखते हैं. With reference to Non-Proliferation Treaty (NPT), consider the following statement. First statement, its objective is to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons and weapons technology around the world. Yes, yes, ठीक है, that is the motive, the core, the objective of NPT. All UN members are party to this treaty? Obviously not. India is not party to this treaty. Pakistan is not party to this treaty. Israel is also not party to this treaty. All right. So all UN members are not part of this treaty. The treaty does not affect right of the state parties to develop, produce and use nuclear energy for peaceful purpose. Yes. NPT is only against use of nuclear energy in weapons or destructive use of nuclear energy, not against peaceful use of nuclear energy. But India is not part of it. All right. First statement is correct. Third is correct. Our answer therefore is B, only 2. Answer is B, only 2. Question number 66. Question number 66 is with respect to rats, not चूहा, with respect to a important international organization. चलो देख लेते हैं. Consider the following statements about Shanghai Cooperation Organization regional anti-terrorist structure. First statement, it is a permanent body of SCO which is headquartered in Uzbekistan. Yes, the headquarters of SCO is in China. Headquarters of RATS, which is part of SCO, it is located in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. All right. Second statement, it is an important pillar and coordinating center in combating terrorism, separatism and extremism at regional and global level. Absolutely right. ठीक है, it is not only confined, देखो RATS is not only confined to regional level or only with respect to Central Asia. It actually has coordination networks with other agencies also. So it works not only, its work is focused more on regional level, but it works at global level also. So both the statements are right, hence our answer is C, both 1 and 2. Okay, question number 67, a conceptual question and basically a very good question. Okay, it is basically a very good question. Consider the following pairs regarding the types of majority used in Indian Parliament. Simple majority to elect Speaker and Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha. Obviously, simple majority is 50% of present and voting. That is simple majority. All right. Then we have absolute majority used during general elections for government formation at center and state. Yes, absolute क्या होता है ना कि you should have one seat more than 50%. That is absolute. One seat more than 50%. That is absolute. ठीक है, तो if in legislative assembly of a state there are 100 seats, if you want to form the government, then you should have 51 seats. Effective removal of speaker and deputy speaker of Lok Sabha and state legislature. Yes. Special majority removal of comptroller and auditor general of India. Again yes. ठीक है. Special majority is 2/3 of present and voting and 50% of the total membership. That is basically special majority. So if you want to remove CAG, you will have to have 2/3 majority. So here, how many of the above pairs are correct? All the pairs are correct. Our answer will be D, all 4. Question number 69, 68, 67 we are done. Now we are coming to 68. Question number 68. Consider the following statements regarding tribunals. They are judicial and quasi-judicial institutions established by law which intend to provide platform for faster adjudication as compared to traditional court. Yes, tribunals are built so that faster, settlement of dispute. Settlement in the sense of faster adjudication of dispute happen. Okay, faster decision comes with respect to dispute between parties. Second, Constitution empowers the Parliament to constitute administrative tribunals for adjudication of matters related to recruitment and conditions of services of public servant. Yes, under this provision, what has been established? Central Administrative Tribunal, CAT. All right, Central Administrative Tribunal. Also, what we see is SAT also been established, State Administrative Tribunal. So yes, tribunals can be established and basically have been established by Parliament through this particular provision, which will deal with the service conditions of civil servants. Income Tax Appellant Tribunal was established as the first tribunal in India. This statement is also correct. Take this statement is also correct. All three statements are correct. Hence our answer will be C. Our answer will be C. Okay, question number 69. It is the right to remove or erase content so that it is not accessible to public at large. It empowers an individual to have information in the form of news, videos or photographs deleted from internet records so that it does not show up through search engines like Google in the present case. Okay, what are we basically talking about? Choose the appropriate answer based on information given above. Right to privacy, part of right to privacy, but there is a better answer. Right to be forgotten. Right to be forgotten is part of right to be forgotten basically is part of right to privacy. All right, both are available to us, so we will choose the most specific one. Right to be forgotten is now it is considered to be part of fundamental rights in European Union. All right, in India also, Supreme Court has asked the central government to look into it and also asked the central government to think over whether right to be forgotten can be made a fundamental right. All right, can it be attached to right to privacy and made fundamental right? Supreme Court is of the opinion that right to be forgotten is part of right to privacy. So here B is the right answer. B basically is the right answer. Question number 70. Question number 70. Consider the following statements regarding Foreign Contributions Regulations Act. It is in news. Please have a look at it. Know the broad objectives of FCRA. Okay. All NGOs are required to register themselves under the FCRA, and its registration is initially valid for 5 years. Yes. Once registration is given to a particular NGO under FCRA for the purpose of receiving money from abroad, then that particular registration will be valid for 5 years. NGOs can utilize the fund received from abroad only for the purpose that is stated during registration. Absolutely. If the purpose is religious, then you can use that money only for religious purpose. If the purpose is to promote a particular language, then you can do it only to promote a particular language or particular custom, then you can only do it for that purpose. Third statement, NGOs can transfer the fund to another NGO. Absolutely not. This is absolutely not. NGOs have to utilize the money that an NGO gets from abroad under FCRA has to be utilized by NGO for that purpose only. It cannot be transferred to another NGO, even if that another NGO does the same work. Nahi ho sakta. Alright, first statement is correct, second is correct, third statement is wrong. The answer is B, only 2. Alright friends, this was from my side. Thank you so much for being part of this particular session. We'll meet soon again. Keep writing all India mocks. If there is any problem with respect to your studies, especially with respect to the preparation of prelims, do get in touch with us. We will provide you proper structuring strategy. Don't worry about that. But put in your efforts. All right, put in your efforts. And one more thing, do register for next All India mock and also spread the word. It will do benefit to other aspirants also, and it will not cost you your attempt, don't worry. All right, thank you so much guys, see you soon, bye.